No stalling today. We have endings to get, man. So I believe the Twitch rewind is only for, it's for subs and if you have turbo. All right. We need to get one more statue on the way to the middle school. I think we go this way. Because you have turbo, you can rewind. I believe it's for subs and turbo, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Is there anybody who's subbed who can't rewind? Later Elden Ring. Probably not. Oh. Most people just stopped after finishing new game. Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, I understand why some people did because they don't want to play through the game multiple times. Honestly, this game is kind of like,
Something just flew by.
Shoo! Let's get out of here, okay?
I don't want to change it back to Japanese, but it takes a long time to play through the game. But yeah, this is, I don't know. You're like meant to do New Game Plus in this if you want to actually get the full like ending and story. Which I feel like is kind of weird.
Hinako, this way.
I'm on easy difficulty. Oh, hello. Well, I don't even think it's really an issue of the difficulty. I feel like it's more so just... the game is just fucking long. Especially the end section. The end section of the game is just so much... it's so much like forced combat.
A good day is always an extraordinary day. An extraordinary day isn't always good though. With that in mind, today's a bit too extraordinary. So, be careful, Hinako.
Sakako.
Jesus. I've read so many comments about what this game should have been. Yeah. Am I even going the right way? I guess I am. I don't know. It's the pathing in this shit is confusing. Because you're going through like the same areas, but new paths will be opening up.
You're lying, aren't you, Shu?
Beats me.
You really think you can fool Hinako?
Hinako!
All right, does anyone know? I haven't missed the statue, right? I hope not. Well, I know that it's somewhere before the school. I don't know. I think this one is pretty hard to miss, so...
Why would someone put this
We'll see.
here?
Jeez, man. Hello, Abyss. I have 4 Omamori slots now. Hey, Viva la Moo Chicken, thank you for the 39 months. I don't know, I feel like maybe I missed it, chat. Maybe not. Hold on, let me make a save. Dude, we're getting so many of these emas. What the fuck? Are these like New Game Plus only or what? Because there's so many. I have 4. Yep. You can finally rewind on Twitch. Yeah, if you have Twitch Turbo or if you're subbed.
Cut it out. I don't want to talk about that right now.
I'm not gonna cut it out. I'm gonna keep bringing it up until you snap back to reality.
I said, knock it off. Seriously.
Yeah, the dub is kind of mid. Crazy to lock that feature. I mean,
It's locked. There never was a...
wait, is this gonna take me inside the fucking school? Okay, well.
Me and Shu used to hang out around here.
Broken Japanese Geta sandal. I think this is what we have to offer.
Long time ago.
I don't know where the statue is, though. Yeah, I mean, you could clip it, but... yeah, clipping was not the most... wasn't the most enjoyable way to do it. Oh, wait, I think it's here. Oh, yep. Nice. We never found the photo, but I guess that doesn't matter. The heck?
Damage from the typhoon. It's still here.
Well, yeah, of course, MX, but... it's not the same. I mean, it's not really the same. Cutscene is the same. Some cutscenes are different. Some are the same. Oh man, this school section's gonna take forever.
Been here since graduation.
Will I play Hades 2? Yeah, I wanna do Hades 2.
The box won't open. I need a key. Nothing useful here.
Oh my god. Right, so this is, you get the key. Like, I vaguely remember the progression here, so yeah, okay, this is the locker room, but you also need a key for the other locker. I don't know if that was a new note.
The locker room. Takes me back to my track and field days.
It's just open. Wait, can I open these? Whose lock is this? Was this the 377 one?
Nothing. No, that's not it.
Three, 6, 6? Well, we're on a different difficulty, so maybe... Wait, Suga? This was the SOS one, I think. Wait, I guess they're actually different? Oh my god. Why did I choose a different fucking puzzle difficulty? ET was the 377 one. Oh.
Is this some sort of offering?
Hey, wait, what was the other one? Okay, this one was the 505. But then another one was like egg.
Why would someone put this here?
I'm not on hard. I'm on easy. Well, it's nice that you can just skip this entire part, basically, if you know. Is that just a New Game Plus thing, though? Okay, chill out. Okay, because yeah, I remember in New Game you have to get a key to open that other locker room door. And which one was this? $401. Oh yeah. Okay, we don't have to. Right, that's just a puzzle solution though. I see. Cool.
Finally found it.
Well, that's nice that you can just skip this whole part, basically. Am I gonna speedrun baby steps? I don't know. Or sanity. Where's the back mountain gate? Oh yeah, we like give them the key and then now we wake up and... Is this the part where we... Oh, new cutscene.
And laid claim to my soul. In turn, I shall save your soul by claiming the life of your own self.
The same. Well, in the bottom right, it literally says hold to skip new cutscene, so... Something is different.
Do not push yourself. You need rest. It was agonizing. But you were strong. You have persevered, Hinako. Now, onward we go.
Yeah, the rituals are just done. I mean, that skips so much of the game, actually. I will say, doing a second playthrough does not seem nearly as bad after being able to skip all of the school and then the rituals being skipped. Using up an offering that recovers sanity will also fill up the Kudzu seal. Soul Siphon will be able to affect multiple inanimate enemies. Oh. You're even stronger in New Game Plus.
It's a beautiful arm. Even the blood is alluring.
Oh. Thank you very much.
I don't think you said that last time. This is definitely different. He did? Oh, really? Well, I'm just crazy then. And my memory is shit. Wait, what? Where am I? Do I just interact with these? Oh, I just have the item. Or wait, no. That opens the door? Holy hell, I'm confused. Oh, right, it's this part.
Even more beautiful today.
If I'm playing it, it must be a good game. Yes, it's the best game ever. So if I use Ramune, that fills up... Oh, yeah. They're so tanky, what the hell? Section is kind of a pain in the ass. Oh yeah, that's this part where you have to...
I have to let go.
Damn, okay. I'm being fucking bullied, bro. I don't know why they made the AoE soul siphon like a... I find it strange they made it New Game Plus only. Where is this thing? Oh, is it in here? Oh, yeah, it's behind this.
Found it.
All right. I will be right back, chat. I gotta use the restroom. All right, I'm back. I kind of want to change my arms. Oh, can't change during combat. Yeah, no pills. There was a door in this section that you can't open in New Game. In what section? The one I was just in? Is it one of the different colored doors that I'm presumably going to go... I'm gonna go to soon? So down here? Sorry, I wasn't sure if you meant in an area that I've been before or not. Oh shit. The doll room. My future friend, spring unfurls around me in vivid color as I write you this letter. Upon your arrival, you may bear anxiety about your new life. The slightest remembrance of your old home may call tears to your eyes, like it once did to mine. The scent of ripe plums joins with warblers' birdsong and bittersweet union, memories that call me home to a mountain village spring. Everywhere I turn, I am met with splendor, the sound of chirping warblers, the smell of sweet plums. I am certain that this land, though new to you, shall become a place of respite and tranquility. You and I call the same village home, so please share with me whatever weighs on your mind. I'm eager to hear your stories of home, and together we something. The other day, my honorable father-in-law told me that fate had smiled upon me, that my blood had been blessed by the stars. If I attempt to interpret his words, I can only understand them to mean that he believes an intervention of good fortune or coincidence allowed me to be so connected with this house. However, I do not believe he meant to humble me with his words. Instead, I think his words should be taken more literally. My very blood was favored by fate. In the world of mortals, there exist individuals who possess non-ABO blood types, so maybe having blood that was blessed by the stars simply means that I was born with a rare mutation. After all, there are many variations, some of which are as uncommon as 1 in 100,000 people. Perhaps when a human child who possesses blood that contains the power to deepen the bond between mortals and gods is born into a village, they are selected as a candidate for heterogamous marriage. If such is the case, then it would explain why such partnerships are so infrequent. I wonder who shall be next to be welcomed into this world. If it is another child beloved by fate, then I would like to do all in my power to help their transition into a new life. Mayumi. Forming a counter without using focus increases damage inflicted. Stacks up to 5 times and resets when damage is taken. Oh, that's kind of cool. What's going on with her back? She got branded and cut off her arm and had her face chopped open. You know, just the usual, man. Which one was it? I think we go back this way again, but the other direction. Think we go this way? No, I've just gotten 2 endings so far. What was the second ending? Well, we got the UFO ending. And then, like, the normal ending.
Schoolwork, sports, coordinating outfits, makeup, cars. You were up in dreamland, but I helped you countless times. Why do you get it all? Just for once, think about how he feels. You're a traitor. You played with his heart. Say you're sorry. Get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Can't you hear me? Why don't you say something? Iraqa!
Well, it said it was a new cutscene. I'm not really sure what was different, though. I mean, it said new cutscene. I had a strange dream. It was about a very old sword, one that was cursed, steeped in evil energy. The sword must be the source of the corrupt god's power, I'm sure of it. But because the sword itself is divine, it can't be destroyed. However, if someone were to purify it, then surely the corrupt god could be weakened. The sword can be submerged in the elixir that exorcises evil spirits, and it can be used to sever the strings that control those who roam lost through the fog. I think we have 2 statues left. Oh my god, I'm getting fucked. I got lost here before last time too. Back at the shrine. Ugh. Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure this is what you're supposed to do. Because now there's gonna be like a green one opened up or something over here. I don't know.
We made a promise to each other. We'd be together forever.
Mr. Rabbit.
I should live with them in their little rabbit house.
Is that a new note? Man, it's like I remember going in there and I could have sworn I remember reading a note, but I guess it was different. Dear Hanako, good luck and bad luck are two sides of the same coin. For one person, today could be lucky, but for someone else, it might be the opposite. Right now, a bright sun shines upon you, but that sun also makes your shadow very long and dark. Dark shadows draw evil toward them. I really didn't want to send you a letter like this on your special day, but I just couldn't get it off my mind. I sense that your fortune has taken a turn for the worse. There's just something not right about the sun and the shadow that surround you. Where are you, Hanako? This should be a day for celebration. Yeah, Grandpa is saying that I'll let the shrine come to an end after his generation. Not many people bother. Oh yeah, I read this before, I think. Or at least, I don't know. I remember reading a note about the shrine. Maybe it's fucking different too. Alright. Time to beast out. God, where am I going? I'm so confused. I don't think I'm going. Hey, Crane Team, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you, buddy. Oh wait, this is the right way.
You came for me. I'm scared. Please get me out of here.
Puzzle's the same. Yeah, I also brute force this one. There we go.
Hinako, help me! Help me! Don't leave me! I don't want to be alone! Wait! Please don't go! We promised to stick together! You traitor!
Why is the game in English? Because I made it English. I just wanted to see what the dub was like. It's okay. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, it's just given the setting, I feel like English is just weird. Like, you know, English in the other Silent Hill games makes sense because it's in a Western setting, but this game is not.
Hey, partner. Guess this is the last time I get to call you that. Huh?
Oh, wait, there's only one item missing?
That's weird. Where did it go? Partner, I need to know what your final decision is.
Will I play Yotai in Japanese? I don't know. I can't remember if I played Tsushima in English or not.
Get out.
Why am I such a fucking loot goblin? God damn it. Just run. Ooh, is that loot? Is it intended to be played with the English dub? Yeah, I remember like English in Tsushima was still really good, so I'll probably play Yotai in English as well. But we'll see.
Don't try to stop.
All right. Where's the prized possession? Oh, I don't want those. Am I gonna run this game? Probably not, no. I don't really think Silent Hill speedruns are that interesting, and I don't really think there's gonna be much tech. Honestly, if anything, I would rather run Baby Steps. There's like a glitch you can do at the start of Baby Steps to launch yourself across the map, and maybe there will be more stuff like that, like more launches you could do. Isn't the thing near that switch? Wait, what are you talking about? What thing? What are you... The possession? The... Oh. Oh yeah, we didn't actually pick up anything, did we? Thank you. You were right. Is that on her back? She got branded.
I wanted... It's alright. Whatever the outcome.
respect my partner's choice.
Is there a version where he's being freed? Probably not. I don't know, mostly everything, even though it says these are like new cutscenes, it seems like it's pretty much been the same.
To bid farewell to childhood friends.
Yes.
Hello, Pepperidge.
No. It had to be done.
Because I'm already in this
As I
form.
could.
But I've always been in this form, no?
I'm so very sorry.
Or like you, even before.
For what you just saw.
You need not apologize. I should be begging your pardon for forcing this pain upon you.
No? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what's different then? Did these parts not take place before the ritual? Or after the ritual?
Onward.
Oh, okay. I see. Like, I remember all these sections, but I don't remember the exact order. Okay, that makes sense then.
Shoo. Ringo?
Seems pretty early for the arm. Well, we skipped a lot of the game though when we. I don't know. It's confusing, but I'm gonna go get some more water, chat, and then we'll keep going. Hello, Odin man. Alright, I'm back.
Is that thing still chasing me? Well, maybe they had to get away from that thing.
I think there's a statue coming up here.
Maybe they had no choice but to go on without me. That has to be it.
What's for lunch today? I don't know. I don't want to get some ramen, but we'll see. We'll see.
Why would someone put this here?
Holy shit. Where the hell did she even come from, dude?
She knows more about the mountains than I do.
We're looking up a guide for the endings. Yeah, I've got like a guide open. So I don't really know exactly where to go though. Sword finishable now? I don't think I can yet. I don't know. It says, once you escape from the fog monster in Sugisato, head up the stairs towards Hokora, then go up the stairs to the west. You'll end up at Sakuko's old shrine. In the shadow of the decaying divine tree, the photo is found here. We're on the 4th statue now. Yeah, I don't know when...
I missed you.
When is the fog monster? I guess it's not yet. Yeah, I thought the new Final Destination was pretty good, actually. I have too many items, dude. Where the heck? I've got too many fucking items, man. What's up, Nong Man? I mean, the thing is, like, deaths in Final Destination are always meant to be, like, over the top, chat.
Go away.
Coming through.
Did I finally make it out?
Where is Sakuko's shrine? I feel like I missed the. Actually, no. I think it's up past this point, right? I think maybe we're good. Does anyone know? Anybody who's actually played this?
Drink up.
More health. Is it in here? My sanctuary is still incomplete. I'm lonely, so lonely. It feels like I'm gonna freeze. I need to gather more women, more. But even when I do, they all go away. I keep collecting more and more. They all die. Mommy, why did you leave me all alone? I'm lonely, so lonely. It feels like I'm gonna freeze. I need to gather more women, more. But even when I do, they all go away. I don't think... Wait, we're... Goat. Take less damage when facing multiple enemies. Scales with the number of enemies. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't think we were able to come in this building last time. Where is Sakuko's shrine, though? I feel like it's past this building, no? Up left? Oh, here? Okay, well, it's still past the gate. Where? Where's the gate key? I was gonna say, I feel like I missed something in here. Oh yeah, this is the fog monster, okay. Are you serious? Oh my god. That's kind of obnoxious. I hesitated for like 1 second and I die, I guess. Dude, what am I getting stuck on?
Is it gone? I need a break. Is it finally
Alright.
over?
I could sell first aid kits. Fucking 4 of them. Okay. Alright, 4th statue coming up, chat. We're getting close.
Is this?
I think? Or actually, I don't know if the statue's here, but the note is. Photo attached to a research journal. Alright. We're looking for trees and a fence, chat. The defeated soldiers needed a place they could hide to escape prosecution by the enemy army. They were unable to engage with anyone from surrounding settlements, so there was no way for them to purchase new goods. This forced them to make do with what they already had and led to a culture where tools were used for as long as possible. The act of treating old tools with respect and reusing broken or unwanted ones was seen as a virtue and called kishu. It was thought when a tool reached the end of its lifespan and was laid to rest, then both the tool and to the god whom it was offered would be pleased. Clearly a tradition born of necessity in a hidden village of defeated soldiers.
To do very well. People stopped visiting it after the fire.
Doesn't have a 2B mod. Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. She's a child? Well, I mean, if it was a 2B mod, then she wouldn't be a child, though.
Someone put a shawl on it.
But I think the whole, you know, the arm thing probably causes some issues. For Borderlands 3? Did you mean to say Borderlands 4? It's like, yeah, why is he hosting a competition for the old game? That's cool. Oh, it's in like a pot. Secret hideout Shu and I used. Is that back here? I don't know if I can go back that way, can't. Is this house up ahead? Dude, I don't know. I'm so fucking bad with names and locations. It's probably up ahead, yeah, surely.
So it leads here. Shu! Partner! It's me!
In here?
Thanks for everything.
Partner.
I'll do this without you.
Winners don't do drugs. Reach the EY residence. Without taking a single capsule and left the capsules on Shu's desk in his workshop. Hey there, partner. We made it out of some pretty vicious battles together, huh? Even had to part ways with our fair share of comrades on the battlefield. I just never thought we'd have to part ways too. But at least ours won't be a goodbye through death on the battlefield. From now on, you can't ask anything from me, okay? Because it's not like I can expect your help anymore. You have to look after yourself now. I won't be there to drag you to safety when you fall. Or wherever we go, and no matter what we do, we'll always be a part of the Space Army. And we'll always be partners, got it? Thanks for everything, Hanako Shu.
I guess I'll wait for
Aha.
inside the house.
Alright, let's go back to the statue. What's up, Bane? How's it going, buddy? I'm doing all right. Did you get all the endings in this game, or did you just do new game?
I know. But I'm not afraid.
Wasn't feeling it too much. Yeah, that's fair. I just want to know what's going on with the story, because, like, I feel like the new game ending was just so... I mean, I could have just YouTubed the endings, I suppose, but...
I may not see you here.
Yeah, I want to try Hades too.
But I feel that you are with me.
I kind of want to try to speedrun Baby Steps. I do wish Baby Steps was a bit more difficult, though. Like, I wish that there were... all of the difficult stuff is, like, optional in Baby Steps for the most part.
I will do what
I just kind of wish the game had more...
to be the perfect person.
I wish it had, like, more challenging sections. Like, required. The run interesting? It's okay. I mean, I don't know. It's not. I think there's like one guy running the game, or like maybe two right now. Are there difficult sections besides Manbreaker and Final Mountain? Well, like all the fruits that you have to collect are pretty difficult. It's like I said, all the optional stuff is like the hardest part for the most part. Can skip this whole part now? Can I? Oh yeah, I can just remove the wall. I can just go straight through the center now. I think that's... Am I gonna speedrun Silk Song again? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, people are already getting really, really good at Silk Song. Like, the problem is I'm just such like a competitive person when it comes to speedrunning that, like, I could just run Silk Song casually and, you know, just try to get better, but like, I mean, the any percent record is already 58 minutes. Kind of crazy. There's a door now for one of ending. Oh, can I do the ending where you don't get the sword now? You can get the new stuff and do both endings later. Okay, so is there an item that I need to get in this area, chat? Okay, so I have to get the Agura no Hotai Sama here. Doesn't even say where to get it. But yeah, it does say get it from the main hall. Does anyone know where this thing is? I'm gonna do Baru's BL4 speedrunning comp. I don't know, I mean, could be fun maybe, but I haven't even beaten the game, man. Okay. The lower right side, that's all I needed to know, thank you. How come you never ran Hades? Well, running Hades is just like hoping for a good build. Like 1 out of like 1,000 runs is actually good, right? maybe not that to that extent, but I mean, I assume in Hades it's just like once you get a really, really good run, you're just like resetting 99% of the time. Like really skill can only do so much when Hades is not that crazy with RNG. Yeah, I know you can win with any build. That's not what I said, man. I mean, that's the main reason, though. Be fun to watch you speedrun this game. It's just not really that interesting of a speedrun. Like it's like a whole W simulator. There's probably no skips. Oh, maybe it's over here. Are we going the right way? I don't know. Wait. Have we been out here? God, my memory is so bad. We haven't been out here before, have we? Mandate of the clan, and yet our mortal world is ever changing. The age of gods has passed, and the powers of heaven have withered. Such a living sacrifice may no longer suffice to quell the wrath of the deep. Our ancestors saw fit to place a seal of immense power upon the being below. Upon the water they set a great stone. Now the being remains sealed away, unable to break free of its prison. However, earth cannot endure forever against the might of water. As its power wanes, the seal shall break. When the wrath rises once more, we shall be powerless to stop it. Have you been playing Hades 2, Ain? I wonder if this is a puzzle with these bells. Ah, the Hotai-sama sitting cross-legged. Into red liquid. Ooh, another Ima. Dude, you get so many. Agura no Hotai-sama bestows onto us the blessing of crimson water. This blessing can be found deep beneath the sacred mountain where spring water pools to infuse with benison herbs. Its medicinal properties, unlike any other, are the bounty of many moons of steeping. The power imbued to the crimson water shall eradicate even the most wicked evil. But beware, for its frightful potency makes it unsuitable for the purification of mortals. Only for the excision of ancient evil shall it be used. Are we gonna excise the fox? What is this puzzle? Wondering what that fucking sound was. Let's see, is there a... Oh wait, there's a note here. On the rock, our ancestors built a shrine, naming it Heaven's Benediction, so it could serve as a sanctuary for our clan. And when Heaven's Benediction falls, the wrath of the depths shall rage against the heavens themselves, and both man and land shall face calamity. When that time comes, the glory of Higa's god shall wane, heralding to the end of our clan. It is the duty of our family's head to ensure that heaven's benediction will prosper for generations to come. The fate of our family's head that he shall prevent calamity from ever arising. He who seeks the crimson water which banishes evil, when the Shishi Adoshi strikes once, let the bell chime. Thrice shall the bells ring to speak the legends of this land. Trapped under a great stone in the lake's abyss lies a slumbering water dragon, born during the Age of Gods and sealed away by our ancestors. Deprived of the water dragon's spirit, the once lush great tree has met a withering fate. Is Shishi Adoshi... Okay, that's the water thing. I had to look it up, but I was pretty sure it... Okay, so that's the thing that's making the sound. Okay, so when that goes off, I need to ring the bell. But it says, so I need to ring 3 bells. And I guess this is the order. There's new puzzles. Yeah, the New Game Plus has like a bunch of new areas open up. I'm confused. This one is fire. Water? And then there's a 5th one up here. Like a peak? I'm not sure what this is, though. Looks like a fucking party hat from RuneScape. But I mean, if that's water, then what is this? I guess that, well... Wind? Hmm. Okay. I mean, maybe the mountain represents the stone. But I don't know which one is water. Do I need to wait for it to... Or I guess I need to hit all 3 bells before it... I don't think I have time. Maybe it doesn't matter. Well, let's try this, I guess. Okay, that's not it. I mean, maybe I have to wait. All right. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I need to wait or not. Let's see. Maybe I should have just done that one right away. I don't know. Aha! Yeah, you do have to do it on each one. I wasn't sure if it was just like you need to start it after the bonk, but... Is that it? I don't know. I don't think you can go in the water. Alright, you can't cross. Oh.
Yes.
All right, I think we're good.
The others are celebrating us.
I wish you all the best in your new life.
You knew how I felt. That you kept deceiving me. I hate you. With every fiber of my being.
I never wanted this. I never wanted to see you like this, Ringo.
I was such an idiot. You let me fall for all time.
I didn't fool you about anything!
You more than learn. I hate you.
Bye. Dude, like, even on story difficulty, the bosses are still, like, pretty fucking tanky, I feel like. Yeah, I'm just playing on story difficulty. I don't know. These boss fights are kind of a slog, honestly, and we already beat the game on hard. Not playing on Lost in the Fog difficulty, no.
Hinako?
Mom?
Please come home. Dinner's ready for you.
Hinako, are you ready? Will you kill, or will you be killed?
Junko?
Choose death, Hinako.
Why? Does everyone do this? Is everyone a killer? Did you kill too?
Of course. I killed everyone. Father, mother, Even you, my precious little sister. I killed my friends as well. Every one of them.
Yeah, that's definitely new.
I don't want to die.
You know how dreadful it sounds to hear you say that today, don't you?
Of course.
I've already told you countless times. This will be the last time I repeat myself. You must decide your future. Today, however, such a decision will come at a great price. Though that cost is only if you survive. If you calmly accept your demise, you won't have to pay the price. Your sister only wants for you to be happy.
Junko!
I like how some people are calling this the shittiest Silent Hill in the series, though. Like, people forget about Outbreak and Downpour. Like, hello?
Junko.
I don't know. I'm surprised how like I don't think this game is like amazing, but I still feel like it still feels like a Silent Hill game to me. The combat is a little weird, but combat in Silent Hill games has always been kind of janky. Quite honestly. Not. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like intentional. You're not meant to be some like super fucking badass killer. All right. On the path between Shu's house and Ebusugoka.
It's like you said,
That's
Junko.
on the way here.
I'm running out of time. Hang on, you two. I'm coming for you.
Yeah, this is where one of the shrines was as well. Or the photo was here. I don't think there's anything for me to loot here. There's a question mark, though.
More shawls?
Oh, I see. It's all the statues there at the shrine. They've got the shawls on them now, except for the final one that I did. Yeah, I played Hell Is Us. I actually had a sponsor for it. I thought it was alright. Unfortunately, I think like Silksong came out around the same time, so that kind of took priority. I thought the combat in that game just got a little like repetitive pretty quickly, but I didn't get that far into it. It was a really confusing game to navigate. Like there's no map and I remember I got confused here last time too. How do am I missing something? Do I think of replaying it? I didn't beat it, man. Were you not listening? Or I guess you're just saying if I'm gonna play it again. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't want to say, oh, I'll play it again, because then people are gonna be like holding me to my word. Dude, how the fuck? Where do I go here? I'm so confused. I'm actually I don't understand. Oh, you have to go this way from Shu's house? Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. You hate me? Well, sorry you feel that way, buddy. Have I picked Sacred Katana? No. I don't think we can do that until we finish all the statues. Going backwards, okay. Aha. In the Edo period, lightning struck the divine tree, leading people to believe that its spiritual power was lost. Then they turned to worship the next oldest object, the Inari statues. Thus, the people of Ebisugaoka began worshipping Inari-sama. However, the sacred sword predates even the Inari faith. The oldest object was to become the next object of worship, then it should have been the sacred sword. In other words, if the sacred sword is discovered, it will, without a doubt, undermine the very foundation of local beliefs. I wonder if this sacred sword can be used as a weapon. Where is this? I don't know. It's like a house or something. I wonder if the sword could be used as a sword. Yeah, but what if it's just like a set piece? In Silent Hill 2 Remake, you can't use the Great Knife. Which is a fucking meme. I don't know if this is the right way. Maybe it is. He's really done it this time. That husband of mine is always quick to brandish the knife around when he loses his temper, but this time he went too far. He threw it at Hanako. Did he even stop for a second to think what might happen if he mangled her face before she got married? I don't know what's going through his head sometimes. Sorry, Kumiko, I know I'm always complaining to you. The fuck? Threw a knife? Crazy. This fucking grab attack is so goddamn annoying. Holy shit. So obnoxious. And they're just all like posted up around a fucking like behind the corner. Ah. There. There's a knife in a tree, a water pump. Now been 2 weeks since I began taking Kakura Makakura. I've observed no significant physical changes. If anything, I've been falling asleep and waking with ease. I have lucid dreams an average of once every 2 days. When I do, I feel neither the passage of time nor exhaustion, which allows me to become lost in thought. However, today I was met with startling results. In my dream, there was another version of myself who spoke to me. I think we're here. This is the pump. It's this house, I think. Or maybe it just looks the same. I could have sworn there was a light. Might be here. Where's this thing? I don't know if this is it either. The light on like a... Where is this thing? I don't think it's did I miss it? Maybe it's up this way.
This is the oldest Oinari-sama in town.
Maybe it's back this way. That doesn't... well... doesn't look like it's here either. I don't know. Somebody in chat said it's here, but I don't... oh, it is here. Father's old tuna filleting knife. Thanks, chat. Okay. So now we need to go back.
Come to the divine tree.
The divine tree, yeah, down.
What was I? Divine tree. What's this all about?
Oh my god, more enemies I have to kill. Yippee! Hello, Zashu.
It's about to break.
Hey, buddy, I kind of want to make a save. Oh, he's dead, I guess? What is going on? Hello? What? Is that a bug? What just happened? Okay, so this save file that we have, we want to keep. I'm pretty sure, right? Because, or actually, wait. I don't know if it matters if we get the sword. I think we just need to we need to not. I think the difference is whether you purify it. Rivers of blood. We got Moonveil. An ancient sword that harbors a malevolent energy deep within its steel. Even if the blade chips, the mysterious power that resides in it will restore the weapon to its whole and unblemished state. While it is sheathed, the sacred sword will recover durability when you attack enemies using other weapons. While you cannot use a sacred sword to focus attack, your gauge will remain untouched if you attack while focusing. However, if you're attacked while in the state, you will automatically block the attack and be forced out of focus. Perform a counter while wielding the sacred sword, even if you're in the middle of an attack. Damn, that's got some movement on it. Okay. I don't think we purify it for a little while anyways. So now I think we just go to the residence. I wonder, is it possible, like, you have to do another playthrough to get the true ending though, don't you? I'm not sure if you can, I don't know if I can use this save to get all of the endings. Because apparently for the true ending, I guess it is. Isn't there the water after the residence to cleanse? Well, yeah, I think you use like the crimson water that I did the other puzzle for, right? Well, okay, so I was looking at the endings and like the true ending, you need to get the brooch. Yeah, we can do the purify or no purify endings. Yeah, you need to NG++, so we're gonna have to do a third playthrough. I don't know if, I mean, we could also just look up the ending. God, I mean, it doesn't take that long to get through the game with like some of the skips and things you can do. It's not too bad. It's still pretty long though. I mean, I assume there's going to be differences in the story for the true ending as well, like an NG++, so I'll just do another run. It's fine.
Even the town? I need to hurry home.
And now oh yeah, and then so we go to this place and then don't we have to go all the way back again after?
Place is still untouched?
Blood! He's bleeding!
While the request for emergency transport was being made, I was left alone in the examination room with the patient. During this time, he briefly regained consciousness. When I rushed over and began calling his name, he responded, Kotoyuki, so that is my name. You not purified sword now. Bro, you... It's not uncommon for patients with high fevers to experience disorientation. However, this young boy did not show any signs of distress. He remained expressionless, his face like an unmoving mask. His eyes were blank and glassy, not unlike those of a doll. the very least, I did not note any of the usual symptoms of fever-induced disorientation. I can't purify the sword yet. I need to be in the dream.
Damn. It's nothing but a hive of monsters now.
You purify it here. Oh? Well, yeah, I mean, Well, I made a save here, didn't I? I mean, the thing is, one ending is not purifying it, right? So let's just do that ending first, and then we can reload, I guess.
Leave me alone! Never one of you!
Yeah, it's all good. This, oh my god, the lag. Partner. Playing 1440p. Yeah, I don't know. There's some sort of issue in that area specifically, I think.
It's got my home too.
We want to make sure to keep that save.
This room.
Shoo! Is that...
What's this doing
This
here?
part.
This date. I feel like there's something special about it. Does something go here?
Really, you don't have to do this all over again? Oh yeah, I'm sure I do.
house? What the hell's happening?
Okay, well there's one crest in each section. Not remember where this one is though.
Go away.
I don't know where I'm going. Washing machine flyer. Oh, I've gone the wrong way. I don't remember where this shit is, man. Oh my god. Fucking combat. Where's the fucking crest, bro? Oh yeah, oh right, the first. Okay. Right, the first crest is in the beginning. I remember now that I picked up the picture frame. Okay, and then we just go straight. Oh wait, no, that was the right one. Oh wait, no, we need the calendar. Oh shit. The section is fucking annoying, dude.
She told him she wanted to play house.
Probably further forward. More health. That was a new scene? What are you even talking about? What was a new scene? When I went into that room? Oh, that's fucking too late, man. It is too late. sword fucking sucks ass, bro. The fucking sacred sword that takes 7 hits to kill an enemy on fucking easy difficulty. Like, are you serious right now?
The tube itself still looks usable.
I don't know. According to this guide that I was reading, purifying the sword makes it worse. So... what is the point of that room there? Anything over here? I think we got, okay, so I think we got everything we need? I don't know, because one of the crests is from the picture frame, and then I think...
My diary?
oh, right, we need the wax, though. Okay. Yeah. Think... I don't know. I'm gonna go check over here, I guess. Licking me. I think that's everything, because then I believe here we get access, we get the bird key. Somewhere. Oh, there's one of these boxes. My father had the courage to call out the town's religious group for the embezzlement of local taxes. He died in an accident shortly after, and those crooks claimed it as Inari-sama's divine punishment. I abandoned all faith and became an atheist from that day on. I don't believe in the gods or Buddha or divine punishments or stupid curses. Instead, I turned to research and I began delving into the local history of religion and folklore. My goal was to expose their precious faith for what it really was. A bunch of wild tales crafted to suit their manipulative needs, and ultimately get my revenge. I write this journal like some kind of final message now due to my steadily deteriorating health. From the beginning of this month, my appetite has drastically decreased. Even after 3 weeks, I still don't get hungry, and any attempts to force down food simply results in vomiting. 2 days ago, I tried to eat some rice porridge to no avail. I threw it up soon after. More concerning was that there was something moving around in my vomit. It was the larva of a locust. That's disgusting. Yesterday, I woke in a sudden fit of choking coughs. It left an odd squirming and scratchy sensation in my throat and mouth. Turning on the light, I spat out what I had coughed up. It was a grasshopper and a cricket. Surrounding me in my bed, I found another dozen or so insects crawling on the sheets. I had coughed up all these bugs. Can't go to a doctor. If anyone were to see this, they would immediately claim it as some kind of divine punishment. I woke again in the early hours of the morning to a painful fit of coughing and countless bugs spewing from my mouth. They come out of me and crawl up my curtains and scutter across my floor until every inch of my room is covered in a gleaming, writhing carpet. I'm nothing more than skin and bones at this point, yet my head feels bulbous and heavy. Whenever I move it, I can hear a dry chittering inside me. My head is full of them now, or maybe they're eggs. I had a headache that felt like my head was going to split open just moments ago, but it went away like it was nothing. My cough and the insects are getting progressively worse, however. I don't think I will make it through the night. Refuse to believe that this is some divine punishment for questioning the gods, though. Who in their right mind would believe such nonsense? That's concerning. Oh my god, these fucking enemies are so obnoxious.
Is this some sort of offering?
Yes, it is an offering. You have been offering them for hours, lady.
When was this taken?
What? Midnight and I'm awake, that means I won. My big day is tomorrow. No, the sky is becoming brighter, meaning today is tomorrow. My funeral today, no, my execution. I don't want to die. Why do I have to die? You're not gonna die, Hanako, you're always going to be you. Yeah, right, sure, my name will be the same, but they're just gonna slap it on some other sack of meat. You aren't a baby bird anymore, Hanako. Don't you want to spread your wings and venture out into a brand new world? Then you can go and die if you want, don't drag me down with you. Wait, is this not... I'm so confused. Wasn't there like a fucking puzzle here last time? Oh wait. Oh, it's different this time. We're gonna have to do this entire fucking part again for the other ending. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is such a long section. I mean, I don't know where I'm going, I guess. Or, like, figuring it out. I did this yesterday, but it's like... It's confusing. I don't remember where everything is exactly. My memory's not that good. Can I load from a save point? No. I can't. That's why I'm saying I'm gonna have to do it again. Because I need to get... Well, we have the bird key now. But then I think we missed... one of the emblems on the second section by Cinnabon. Ah, yes. Okay. Now we go bird key, which is over there. Unfortunately, we have to go all the way around, I think. Let me move.
You're kidding, right?
Nope. Super serious.
I don't remember that guy. Don't even know him. First of all, where's this coming from all of a sudden? I don't get it.
I don't know what to do. What would you do, partner?
That's something you have to decide for yourself. It's not really my place.
It's all so strange. Besides, I hate being treated like a girl. It doesn't feel right for me. Does it?
No.
Right? I don't think so either.
Don't go jumping the gun just yet, though. You've got a bad habit of rushing things, you know? Just take some more time to think things over. Calm down and listen to your inner self.
You're right. You're absolutely right, partner.
You missed Baby Steps soundtrack? Well, we might go back to Baby Steps.
You all right? Another headache? You tend to get those when you worry.
I kind of want to try to speedrun it just for the memes,
Just
but
take some medicine.
the movement
Don't let it
tech
get
in
that
that
bad.
game is really difficult. There's like a jump
I bought doesn't
that you
work at
can do,
all.
but it's like so hard.
Just leave it to me. I'll find something that'll work for you.
Thanks, partner. I can always count on you.
Is this when he gives us the red pills?
Seriously. If you rush things, no matter what you choose, you'll be sure to regret it. Really give it some thought. Promise me you'll do that.
My sister said the same thing. You got it, partner. I promise.
Okay, I'll be honest, every time she says partner, I keep thinking of the fucking handler in goddamn Monster Hunter. I feel like she even like the voice actor, even actress, even sounds like the fucking handler. Sword and the fox fought, battling upon a set of scales. Okay, the scales are at the bottom. We know that. Sword and the fox. Are the scales damaged? The fox fell to the sword. In the aftermath, their seal upon the land vanished without a trace. The sword raises itself heavenward. The scales now dedicated to the rising sun. Now go, white bird, fly away and never come back. The white bird took to the air and flew towards the horizon, becoming a silhouette against the settlings. Okay, I think we need to wait. See this? Problem is the sword raises itself heavenward. See, now that's the scales now dedicated to the rising sun. So the scales are at the bottom, but oh my god. This one's confusing. Dude, this is on easy difficulty, and I feel like it's confusing me even more than the other one. don't know. The bird has to be up top, right? I'm confused. Oh my god, I'm confused. Okay, nothing remained upon the land. Like, obviously that means that one of them is empty, right? But the sword raises itself heavenward, the scales now dedicated to the rising sun. See, I just don't... Aha!
What was that about?
I mean, we kind of brute forced it, but I still get it. The swords are the sun, so it needs to be at the top. And the scales are dedicated to the sun, which is the swords. And the bird is in the horizon.
Hinako? I know you're in there. Say something. I said shoes here.
Hey, partner.
Or maybe I just completely
How are you
missed...
feeling?
Maybe I just missed the mark completely, but...
I'm feeling fine, I guess.
You've had your head in the clouds lately at school. You always zone out when we talk. Figured you might be stressed out and getting those awful headaches again.
Not at all.
Really?
Yeah. You worry too much. Sorry, I'm going to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. Her mom said she's been reading something in secret. Is this what she's been reading? Sorry. I saw it behind the dresser.
Did you read it?
Huh?
You didn't read it, did you? Just forget it. It has nothing to do with you.
I didn't read it. I mean, there wasn't even anything...
Could you just go home? I'm not feeling that great right now.
Just
go.
Sure. You got it. See you tomorrow.
Why is she still here? Alright, well, I'll be back in a sec. Let me know if anything happens. Oh.
Is something wrong with me? My mind, I mean. Something feels off. And this feeling keeps growing, getting faster and weirder. Sakuko told me that this feeling I'm experiencing is love. But is that really it? I always imagined love as a warm and bittersweet sort of feeling, and it kind of tickles. That's how I always thought of it. But that's not what I'm feeling right now at all. It feels a little warm, and maybe even bittersweet. I guess. But it's like someone's grabbed my leg. Like they're dragging me down to the bottom of a swamp. That's what it's like. It feels comforting. But I can't shake this fear that's lurking somewhere in my heart. Is this really what love is? Maybe I'm just different. What do you think? Well, tell me! I don't know. But I do know one thing. What you're feeling is probably not the same thing that you felt for Shu. Something more twisted. Well, I guess both of us are Hinako. But I think one of us has to be wrong. Please, listen. If I'm the one who's wrong, then kill me. Kill me now. If you don't, then I'll have to kill you!
What the? Damn. Dude, there are so many enemies in this game that are just positioned to completely just grief you.
It's made its way in here.
Or stamina. Oh, it's this way. All right, new cutscene.
Please drink this. It will ease your pain.
Yeah, I'm on easy difficulty. I don't know. Hard difficulty in this game doesn't like I'm not playing this for the combat.
Your body is still acclimating, but you're doing well so far.
The others. Have they given up on me? I feel like it's only a matter of time.
I will not allow that to happen. You've got some of your color back. It's beginning to take effect.
What is this?
A filtered mixture of the rice and water offered to ancestral spirits. It contains a divine power.
I can stand now. Thank you very much.
Very well. Be careful. Now, I have one more thing to show you, if you'll follow me.
Okay.
Would I run Neo 3? Brother man, the game hasn't even released yet. I will play Neo 3. No clue if I'm gonna run it. Oh, now it's this area. Fuck, man. God, this game is so long. I do wish, like, these subsequent playthroughs were, like, sped up a little bit. It's just a lot of the puzzles is just, like, you need to, like, pick up these items and just doesn't become, like, even if you know what you're doing, it doesn't really become that much faster. Hold on, let me get stunned for 6 seconds straight. All right, there we go. I don't remember where to go here. Oh, you have to kill. Right. Please die. You only need one? No, you do need multiple. Right. I feel like I missed something here, no? Nothing here.
This isn't the right way, is it?
Oh. Is there any way to know which is the right way? Is this another shit room? Oh, I don't know where to go, man. Fuck This section is so annoying. How am I supposed to know where to go? What?
Innocent and afraid.
Okay, does anyone know how you're supposed to figure out where to go here? What am I looking at? Pulling the knife out. Oh,
Why am I here?
I see.
Junko.
Forgive me for interrupting, but I wish to speak with Hinako for just a moment. May I?
Of course.
It's still alive, isn't it?
Yes.
Finish it.
What do you...
Regrets are not resolved quickly. That is why you were given time. Don't tell me you think you can let it exist like this. I will not stand for this childishness. Kill it. Do it.
Shall I give you two a bit more time?
No, no. You've given us plenty. Thank you, truly.
Did you have a good discussion?
Yes.
Then we should press on.
This must be... your insignia.
Is it not? Time to do my favorite puzzle. Yeah, and it's different now. Yippee. Fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. Hmm. I'm not sure what they mean by free from the cage. I assumed it would be the... Oh, wow. Hmm. I'm not even trying to brute force it. I don't know, man. I thought because it said white bird flies free from her cage, it's talking about outside of the carriage. But then the shadow following close behind her, I don't know if that means it's inside or... And then saying the fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. I don't fucking get it, man. That image is just an example. It's somewhere else. Maybe, or maybe not. I don't know. Dude, I feel like somehow these... Dude, like, story difficulty is not even easier than... Or I don't know, maybe I'm just fucking stupid, but... I swear, some of these seem to be just as confusing as the hardest difficulty. You need to use both sides. Yeah, okay. I don't know, maybe my first intuition was correct then. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was these two because they're leaving, right? White bird flies free from her cage, her shadow follows close behind her. Like, the cage being this group, and they're obviously going the other direction. That was my first intuition, but then I wasn't sure because the painting showed here, and then also, like, technically this could be interpreted as a cage, this carriage. But then... I don't know, maybe it's this guy all the way back here, who's... Okay. It's just... So my first intuition was correct. It's just... I assumed the one that was watching would be the one that's close to them and not the one that's far, but... Because there's two people who are holding a lantern looking in the direction of those two people.
This is yours.
Yeah, that was kind of dumb of me. I should have just put the... I think I was like pretty certain the first two were correct. I should have just put the fox. I should have just put the fox in all the lanterns.
Now you as well.
Are we still watching these? Well, you could see in the bottom right how it says skip, hold to skip new cutscenes. So something is different in this. Thought they were caused by the pills caught. What?
Now then, shall we begin?
No, you mean this whole like dream sequence? I don't think it happens regardless. You're here for the vine boom? Are there guns in this game? No. Somebody was somebody was saying like a bow would be cool.
This is the final rite. You have done well to accompany me this far.
It's because of you that I made it here.
Soon, all will be complete.
Yes. Almost done.
Can you not purify the sword in this section of the game, chat? Do you have to do it in that earlier section? That's so fucking cringe, dude. Well, I don't know. Maybe like when you purify the sword, there's gonna be differences, but why wouldn't? I don't know why they didn't just let you do it here. God, it's gonna take like another fucking hour just to get the other ending because this shit takes so long.
Took everything. You took everything. Everything from me! All of this is your fault!
Yeah, I mean, there are the flashbacks and the dialogue, that's true. I don't know, I guess I'm getting a little impatient. Like, I want to see the endings, but
Get away with this!
having to redo some of these sections and puzzles is a pain. I just want the lore, man. I love getting permanently stunned. Yippee!
Everything standing in my way!
I'd rather watch someone on Twitch play. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, man. Great interpretation. Alright. Or maybe you're talking to somebody in chat. If so, my bad. Carcass. Do I have any,
Look at this! It's all a mess! Give it back! Give back everything you've taken from me!
I wonder, can you dodge this roar?
No! No! Leave my tongue alone! You took it out. Try to take me! I'm not going to make this easy!
E. Guess I could have just eaten that instead. Oh, that's okay. Home. Got too much stuff to sell, man. Caught up with the fog monster 3 times, so I'm going fast. I find it kind of funny though that the kitchen knife is like, oh, I have to kill these guys. Shit. Ooh. I like how I dodged that and then still got hit. At least you only have to kill the big one. Or wait, never mind. I guess I was wrong. It's not even the right way. Oh, the path is here. Maybe I did just have to kill the one guy then. Oops.
Oh my. She
Fine
truly
feathers
is a
make
vision.
fine birds.
Such a feeble bride.
Welcome. May you find peace in the days ahead.
Oh wait, this isn't new. Oops. It's also not new?
The town. It's beautiful.
Doll. Not for your futile efforts, no one would have been hurt. Oh, right, and now we have even more forced combat. God, dude, this... Forgot about this shit. Also, is there another shrine coming up? Because we have so many items to sell. Yeah, I think there's one... wait, maybe not. I thought there was one over here. Do I have to interact with the doll? What if I don't? Maybe I don't. Maybe. I love being fucking stunned for like 10 seconds straight. It's so much fun. I go.
To go home.
It was just 2 seconds. It's longer than that, man. When they roar, I swear you get stunned for like 5 seconds at least. Don't call me Unk. All right. All right, buddy.
The world is celebrating me. I should go see my parents.
Oh yeah, let me sell all this stuff. Oh, come on, man. Alright, you know what? I'll murder all of you then. Fuck it. Please let me use this thing. Thank you. Alright. Woo! So much faith. More health. Oh, we're at max health. I wonder if in New Game Plus Plus if I can get a 5th Omamori slot. God, there's oh yeah, I forgot. This is like the endless fucking gauntlet.
Almost there. Almost.
Almost home. Yippee. Is there anything past here? This was the end of the game, right? I'm pretty sure this is it. This isn't different. Oh, right. Yeah, now we have this part.
These twisted Shimenawa are so disturbing.
Yeah, we did the UFO ending last night at the end of the stream, if you want to watch it.
Because of you, I'm finally awake. You won't let me pass. You have left.
Yeah, I probably should have been using the katana more. It actually seems decent. I don't know, it was weird. When I first started using it, it felt kind of weak, but we've been killing... I don't know, enemy HP is just confusing in this game.
I won't.
I don't quite understand how it works. Sometimes enemies feel like they die so fast.
Stay out of my way.
We just one-shot that guy. Although we killed these guys really fast with our knife before too, in the Lost in the Fog difficulty. Yeah, the UFO ending is really easy to get.
Let's do this. Shimizu Hinako.
Let's do this. I got the UFO ending last night. Oh yeah, we can skip. Sorry, I was just taking a drink.
What is this? Even now, you still can't accept the inevitable?
Why not? Why shouldn't I fight for my life? I want to live. Is that so wrong? I have the right to exist!
I understand how you feel. It's unsettling, terrifying even, but you can do this. You can overcome this.
It's not about whether I can, but whether I want to. It's my choice. It's not for anyone else.
It's too late for that. It's far too late. What is this?
You're wrong. It's not too late.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what the English dub was like.
Shimizu Hinako has made her choice. It's my decision.
Yeah, I don't know. Anime dubs are like, I just find it harder to like get into an anime with the dub a lot of the time. There's a few animes that have good dubs.
I killed you. Don't you dare try to interfere now. It's too late. It's not too late. Or too early. This is my choice. My decision. No, it's not. This is my choice. And what I decided was, I want a new life. And I want you gone. Shut up. I already decided. I want you gone. Go back to being Shimizu Hinako.
not behavior befitting a bride to be.
Tell me, who the hell are you?
I would ask the same of you. Who are you? Hinako would never act this way. How have you entered these sacred grounds? Reveal your true self!
Shu!
I always believed in you, partner. I knew eventually you'd find the strength to speak up and finally express your true feelings.
How dare you set foot here? How did filth like you creep in?
Hinako, run for it!
Oh, damn.
Just what the hell are you?
Ever since, I've wanted nothing more than your hand and your happiness. Hinako! I shall make you my wife yet. Out of love and respect for you, I force myself to abide by the rules of human courtship. But if by honoring your traditions, I risk losing you, then I'm afraid we'll have to do things my way from now on. Abandon your world. Let the memory of your presence there fade away. In time, the missing postures will crumble to dust, to be carried off by the wind. They will forget your face, and they will remember you as nothing more than this. The hapless girl who was spirited away by a fox.
You actually gonna fight this fucking guy? The hell?
Why? Do you not understand how I feel?
What is going on, man? Oh shit. Show me your moves. Oh no. Oh no.
What I'm after is the same thing as you.
What is it? Lord, tell me!
What I want
here we go again.
And devoted yourself to pursuing me. I, too, want to devote myself to living my own life. My happiness is something I decide. It's not something given to me by anyone else.
Slow it in.
You stayed with me until the end. Thank you.
In spite of everything, I won't forget your kindness. So thank you for everything.
Hinako! Over here! Hurry!
Go now. I can settle matters here on my own.
Wonder what the fox sounds like in Japanese.
I remember playing Space Wars with you back in the day. And that means you're one of us then, our comrade in arms.
I suggest you leave. I am still a monster after all, and won't hesitate to consume you if given the chance.
See you later, comrade.
A gallant man. I must hold my head high.
See you later, partner. Is there a is there like post-credit cutscene here or anything? Can I skip the credits and will the scene still play? No, this isn't the true ending. Alright, well, we can listen to the music for a minute. I'll be right back, chat. All right, I'm back. Just in time.
Are you alright?
Uh-huh. Thank you, Shu. If you hadn't come to help, I wouldn't have been brave enough to go on.
That's not it. That's the opposite of why I decided to help you. I helped because you showed so much courage.
It took me way too long to find that courage, though. I caused everyone so much trouble.
I don't know. I think it's crazy that you felt that the only way to do that was to give up on your life.
Thank you, partner.
You look really weird in a tie.
Yeah, well, you look really weird in that.
Yeah, his voice sounded kind of sus there. I thought I was tripping for a sec, but
Geysers have begun to reach approximately 50 meters in height, and over the past 3 weeks have shown no signs of letting up. Water temperatures and concentration levels of the accompanying hydrogen sulfide gas continue to increase dramatically, and the fire has spread to even this location. All residents of Ebisigalica have been ordered to evacuate. Earlier we spoke with the head of the
I didn't fix the sword. No. All right. Nice. So we have a save file we can go back to now to do the other ending. But man, it's gonna take... If I load this save file, we can go back. But man, it's gonna take like an hour before we get back to the ending. All right, I'll be back in a sec. Okay. Where do I need to go to purify this thing? Wait, so up here? Okay. Oh, here. I see.
Thank you so much for helping me. But I'm fine now. From now on, I can take a stand on my own.
Could have sold stuff at a shrine. Wait, am I even going the right way? Oh yeah.
Even the town? I need to hurry home.
Yeah, you actually need to like repair it now.
Wait. This place is still untouched?
They really should have given... there should be an... Well, maybe there is. There should be an Omamori that gives movement speed.
It's nothing but a hive of monsters now.
We have to kill this guy. Perform aerial combos. Ah, yes.
Not much further, partner.
Alright, here we go with this frickin' section. This part... Oh, man. Okay, no, it's not this way.
Shu? Is that you?
I think in this first section it's...
When was this taken?
I literally just did this section and I'm already like...
This room. I don't recognize it.
It's so confusing, man. We need the calendar.
Isn't it?
I should have like taken notes, dude.
Why would someone put this here?
Were you here, Shu? Yeah, I don't... Let's just explore everything again. Yay, yippee! My memory is shit. Dude, where? Oh, wait, is it in here? No, it's not in here. Where the fuck is the calendar, dude? Oh.
What's this doing here?
Okay.
This date.
I thought that I didn't need to go this way because I know you need the crest, but I didn't realize the calendar was right there. Okay, so you just come here and just instantly do this. Why dist can't?
House.
Because my memory is bad. Doesn't help that everything looks so similar either.
Looks like this opens here.
Can't remember which ones it was. Okay, that one is heavy as fuck. Is that not it? Oh, wait. How much does Granny weigh? Okay, so it was Granny, Fox, and Kid on the left side. Okay, so we get that crest here, but we also... Do we need to get the... Oh, I guess it's not on...
No need to see me home. See you tomorrow.
The calendars...
Right.
Okay, so crest is there, calendar's in here, and the calendar previously is next to the red room. But then we also need the wax, and we need the tube. But I don't know if that's on the next floor. And then we also need the
I
fletching
like you
key.
the way you are now. You wouldn't be you if you went with what others wanted.
Yeah,
And we need the photo.
I feel the same way.
Hinako! What was that loud noise?
I have no idea. Maybe you're hearing things?
Well, what did you think of the outfit? It's cute, right?
It's like I told you before. Cute clothes aren't really my style. So please stop bringing me those kinds of outfits. It's embarrassing.
Is that so? I guess I'll give it to someone else then.
Yeah, do that.
What a shame. I thought it looked really good on you.
It's not Shu's fault.
Oh.
This is what I wanted.
This new, yeah. Okay, the painting is here. Okay, so painting... I think we got everything on this floor. I'm pretty sure there's nothing in here that we need. I might be wrong. Can we get the gas line here? Isn't that on a different floor? I don't know. I'm gonna trust my intuition. Oh, there's so many items you need. I have no idea if I'm going the right way. Holy crap. Oh my god. This is why it's like I don't want to fight the fucking enemies. It's so obnoxious. They're so annoying. Oh yeah, this is where we get the wax. Oh yeah, it's in the book.
My diary? There's something inside.
Yeah, well, it's like they give you a dodge, but then when you attack, you can't, like, you just get animation locked for so long with some of the weapons that I don't know, it's just like going for multiple hits is so dangerous. Or maybe, I mean, it depends what difficulty you're on, but okay, so the wax is in my room, which we also had to check on the other floor. And then... wait, is this where the... No, we don't need to be here. Wait a second, which room is the... oh, here we go. Okay, so on this floor... oh, right, you have to go all the way around because there's no path here. So you need to go into your room and then come in here. You need the wax and the tube. And then you get the key, this area. I feel like it'd be more rewarding just watching the new cutscenes on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, I'm just doing it this way. I don't wanna hear it, to tell you the truth. Oh, right. Okay, so you can cut across on this level. So now we can go get the key. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of new lore. So we have the fletching key, and then we go. So is this going to be the same? No, it's different. Just getting destroyed in the cutscene. And then, is there anything else? Oh, right, the fletching key. I would like to move, please. Thank you.
You're not keeping anything from us, are you?
I don't know. I seriously don't even remember.
This is fine, dear. Don't you think? What's the concern? What did you think, Hinako?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I figured. That's understandable. Just try to gather your thoughts and think long and hard. Speak with your inner self and really hear what she has to say.
I hate this.
What?
No, no! I'm not doing this!
What's gotten into you, Hinako?
I'll tell you! I hate you, Mother!
What?
I said I hate you! I never want to be like you!
Dang. Okay. Is this not? Oh my god, it's a different puzzle? What do you fucking mean? Is it because I'm doing a different ending? Dude, what the fuck? Sword was defeated and the fox reigned supreme. Taking the blackbird's right hand, the fox showed her the scales in his other hand. I thought I could just figure it out easily because of that. Upon one side of the scales was the fox and on the other nothing. I'm confused. Swap left and right. I've already tried that, though. Taking the blackbird's right hand, the fox showed her the scales in his other hand.
What was that about? Hinako! Shoes!
Pretending to solve after reading chat. Well, yeah, I mean, chat helped.
You can see me, right?
But I did understand it.
Huh. Now you can even hear my voice. Don't just stand there.
This software. I'm not claiming I solved it myself.
I want to talk to you about. Tell me, who are you? Please. Just die. If I ask you to, would you please just die? Why do you want... If Shimizu Hinako dies, then I might be reborn as someone else. You want to be someone other than me? Why don't you want to live as me? The good things in life. The bad things. Everything you value. Or you hate. I thought about it. And all of it just... leads to despair. No. Let me put it in a more positive way. You can't live like a baby bird forever. The days living in a nest as a baby bird. Getting fed by mama bird and daddy bird and playing with your friends. Those won't last forever.
Once winter comes around, the parents will fly away and abandon the nest. Your friends, once they learn to fly, will take wing and disappear. There'll be nothing left. Every nest will be empty. Your parents, your friends, everyone will leave you behind. You'll be all alone. Stop. The happiness you have now, and the lonely winter that's bound to come. Everything. I've done all the math. I've thought it all through.
Stop. Don't, it's too much, no.
I get it. It's terrible, it's scary. But the scariest part? What if winter...
I don't want to hear it! I don't know! I don't want to know! I don't want to think about it!
So that's it? Your decision is just to cover your ears and scream? If that's what you're going to do, then you'll just have to die! No mercy, no remorse! Don't want to? Then show me! Prove to me that you don't want to die! That you want to live! No more running away! No more covering your ears! Finish me up for good so you can keep on living! Why don't you kill me? You said you'd be happy with me gone, but can you even do it? You're scared, aren't you? Yeah. I'm scared. I'm terrified. Someone who's kind today, they might turn into a completely different person tomorrow. I mean, even Dad used to laugh and smile before. But running, succumbing to fear, it's not a decision. Open your eyes. Don't stop thinking about this. Don't ever let other people decide what happiness is for you! Shimizu Hinako. You may be a baby bird, but you still have wings. I'll give you all the courage you need. So you give me your way!
So her face still falls off at the end. Oh my god, I fucking knew it too. I even tried to dodge. The key is new? Oh shit. Hey man, let me pick this up. When I look upon the moon, I cannot help but be reminded of your graceful form. How blessed I would be if we were gazing at the same moon right now. Awaiting your answer is nothing short of pure bliss. This fucking enemy is a piece of shit, dude. Get away from me. You freak. Stop hitting the fucking weapon.
Please, drink this. It will ease your pain. Your body is still acclimating, but you're doing well so far.
Is it new? Well, I don't know. I don't know, because it says new cutscene, but is it different?
Have they given up on me?
I don't know,
I feel
man.
like it's only a matter of time.
I mean, I assume if it says new, it's taking into consideration the other ending that we got, right? Expressions change a bit.
You've got some of your color back. It's beginning to take effect.
You reloaded so the game isn't aware of the other endings on the save file? Yeah, maybe?
What is this?
A filtered mixture of the rice and water offered to ancestral spirits. It contains a divine power.
I don't know, chat. I don't know.
I can stand now. Thank you very much.
Very well. Be careful. Now, I have one more thing to show you, if you'll follow me.
Yeah, since I'm using the same save file, it might be... a bit misleading. But then it's confusing because I don't know which cutscenes are going to be different for this ending compared to the other ending. But I didn't want to start an entire new run. Well, for true ending you have to, I know. But for this you don't. So I'm not going to do an entire new run when I can just load a save file when I already have the sword. New wall puzzle.
Incredible. All of them.
Where is it? Am I blind? Oh, yes, I am.
I'm not afraid.
Alright, now we gotta kill these enemies. Yippee-doo. We good? I don't remember if you go out the same way. I don't think you do.
Has it come to a close?
Is there no fox with a blade in it here? How am I supposed? Is this one? How are you supposed to know which one to go here? Because this is the one where I had to do like 4 fucking combat rooms. Or are you just forced to do all of them? I honestly wouldn't be surprised. Well, I don't even know which one I entered from at this point. I've just been running in circles. The one you can't enter anymore? Oh, right. Okay. Well, let's see if it's correct. Oh yeah, it is. Thanks, Chad. Let's go, Chad. Oh, right, there's extra enemies here. Wait, is there another enemy? Oh no, I have to siphon them because they can res.
Innocent and afraid.
Alright, one more crest. Yeah, honestly, dude, at this rate, I don't even know if I don't know if I have it in me to do another frickin' run for the true ending. I feel like even when you know where you're going, dude, it takes so long. We'll see, though.
We will both live happily ever after.
And then, like, I guess...
Forgive
this
me
any
for
different now?
interrupting, but I wish to speak with Hinako for just a moment. May I?
Of course.
Maybe she'll say something different, I don't know.
It's still alive, isn't it?
Yes.
Finish it.
What do you...
Regrets are not resolved quickly. That is why you were given time. Don't tell me you think you can let it exist like this. I will not stand for this childishness. Kill it. Do it.
Shall I give you two a bit more time?
No. You've given us plenty. Thank you, truly.
Did you have a good discussion?
Yes.
Then we should press on.
Hey, Deadpoolio, thank you for the 32 months. Thank you very much, buddy. And all the crest without making a single mistake on the Inari statue puzzle.
This must be... your insignia.
It's gonna be a different puzzle again. Of course it is. The blackbird is in the cage at last. The satisfied fox spreads his fan. The white bird remains in a daze. I really thought that was it. All had been swept away as she slept. Okay, maybe the black... I feel like this is the white... I feel like this is right. Nice. Hey, Ryoku, thank you for the 44 months.
All of this is your fault! I'll let you get away with this! Never! Never! When everything's standing in my way, dead! Look at this! It's all a mess!
there anything else I have to do for this ending, chat, or am I good?
Give it back! Give back everything you've taken from me! I'll slaughter you! You're going to suffer! It's all your fault! No! No! Leave my town alone!
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure there's a kitchen knife.
You took everything I cared about from me! Try to take me! I'm not going to make this easy for you!
Yo, we frickin' dodged the roar. Oh, that was so good.
Oh my! You
Fine
truly
feathers
have
make
a mission.
fine birds.
You are fit for this clan.
Welcome. May you find peace in the days ahead.
Alright, well,
It's beautiful.
we're not too far off. We just have this insanely long combat section now. So yeah, you have to do the...
My way.
Yeah, they definitely went overboard on the combat at the end here, I gotta say. It's kind of obnoxious.
The world is celebrating me. I should go see my parents.
Honestly, I feel like they just should have made these gauntlets just like not a thing in New Game Plus. All right.
Almost there. Almost home.
Honestly, we got through this pretty quickly though, compared to the last run.
Where am I being led?
Yeah, doing all the endings on hardest difficulty would be actually miserable. Like, the difficulty in this game is just not, it's not fun. It really just, it just isn't fun. I didn't mind it for my first playthrough, but for subsequent playthroughs, yeah, I don't have any regrets.
You asked for it.
How's the main character? I don't know. People are saying she's like 20 or something from one of the endings. There's like the police report or some, I don't know.
Just a bit more.
Get out of my way.
Increases stun power when weapon durability is low. I don't know why I'm even making a save. I think it really matters. This is where we fought that boss.
Let's do this. Shimizu Hinako.
Unbelievable. It's time you accepted your fate.
No, I refuse to. I refuse to accept this.
Calm your mind and give in to oblivion. The longer you cling to life, the more Hinako suffers.
Hinako is me. Shimizu Hinako is me.
No. Shimizu Hinako no longer exists.
Hello, Holy Relic.
Now be gone! You do not belong in this place, child. How did such a spirit find its way here? Today of all days. Hinako, your sister will take care of this. Don't you worry. What are you?
You gonna smash everything again?
I will bring back Shimizu Hinako. You took everything from me.
No, I didn't.
Sakuko, Ringo, and Shu. You even took my parents.
It's not like you can't see them. They can still visit you. It's just not like when you were a kid anymore.
Shut up, you monster! I want myself back! Give back everything you've taken!
I'm ready to face it all.
Hinako, take this elixir. By something so foul, and resisted it for so long. Curse you. What have you done to Hinako? Hinako. You're safe now.
Get up! Why are you protecting him? I swore that I'd keep you safe. Don't you trust me? It's always been the two of us!
I wanted for us to be together. Like we always were. We can't. Don't you see that? Things won't always stay the same for us.
You don't think I know that? But why do you trust this nobody? Why him?
Shu. You always say you want things to stay as they are. But Kotoyuki... he says he wants to build a future together with me. Both ideas scare me. But both of them fill me with hope. If only I could split myself in two. If there were two of me, then one could stay. She could stay here with you and keep being your partner. Shu!
I shall pursue him. I cannot allow this to pass.
No. I'll go and talk to him myself. Shu!
I'm no good. I tried to smile and wish you well, but I couldn't do it. And what's worse is, I gave you those capsules.
What about them?
They help you reflect within yourself. But they can be extremely dangerous, too.
Why would you give me something like
I
that?
didn't want you to get married! I care about you so much. I wanted you to see it. What the hell is wrong with me? How could I not be happy for my partner? I'm such a piece of trash! You should hate me.
I can never hate you. He's my partner. We've been together ever since I can remember. How could I hate him? You're trying to ruin today. To ruin everything that we've had together.
The fuck?
Just forget about me. And run.
Let's do this, partner. That alien scum won't go down without a fight. But together, we can take it on!
Big punch.
Hang in there, Shu! Elementary school. First year. Cleaning time, remember?
We were so caught up in Space Force. We forgot to clean. Right?
The teacher found us and yelled at us.
Yeah. That's right. Good times.
Remember the laser gun? It made noises and lit up when you pulled the trigger.
I remember. Bought it at that stall during the Bond Festival.
I borrowed it from you, then broke it. You didn't get upset with me. Thanks for that.
How could I get upset with you when you were making such a sad face?
I gotta say, I feel like if I was playing on Japanese, it would be really hard to even, like, read this dialogue while also fighting the boss. Well, right now, the boss isn't doing much, I guess. I mean, I'm on easy difficulty, so it doesn't really matter, but... Didn't want to miss out on this peak dialogue. Well, that's not really the point. Dude, holy shit. Oh, cool.
I just hated people telling me I had to act a certain way because I'm a girl. But I didn't actually hate that I was born a girl or anything like that.
I got it all wrong. I dragging you into a corner. It was obvious how you were feeling by the look in your eyes. But I still didn't get why you were struggling.
Oh my goodness.
Hinako will always be at your side.
Dude, this is ridiculous. This is on story difficulty. My goodness. God, I can't even imagine what that's like on the harder difficulties. It's probably like a 20-minute long fight.
Thank you, partner. You could make me whole again.
Kotoyuki, I'm counting on you to look after my partner for a while.
It will be for more than a while, I assure you.
If you ever make my Hinako unhappy, I'll beat you to a pulp.
Hinako belongs to me. She is no longer yours.
No way. She's my partner, so she's always mine. I'm just lending her to you.
Stop treating me like an object.
As I see it, you and I are the only two in this world.
The fuck?
Who truly understand Hinako. Perhaps we could become friends.
Taking a fist bump? This is a weird fucking ending.
It's a sun shower.
Challenger's ending.
A good omen for a wedding. Let's go inside. It is cold out.
All right.
No. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Please don't. No, I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to be like my mother. I don't want to become my mother.
What the fuck? Masked Hanako is not real Hanako? Yeah, well, obviously. So when the fox guy banished us, we were just gone, I guess. I don't know, man. It's confusing. All right. I feel like just having so much forced combat like does hurt the game though. Like replaying it. Yeah, this is the one. This is the Fox ending. I have more. I might as well use this one because I have more. I think. I'm just going story again, I don't care. Well, I looted way more shit when I did the Fox ending compared to the other one. But we have to do all, okay, so we have to do all the statues again. We don't have to do UFO on this one, though. Yeah, I don't really care to play on hardest difficulty. I just don't feel like the combat is, like, it's not, it's just not fun. And it's not, like, I'm not playing this for the, I'm not replaying for the combat anyways, so. Trying to remember where the first statue was.
What about Chizuruya? Maybe I'll find someone there.
Oh, you don't have to do this. Oh, right, because you can just pick up the sword. Do you have to do the purification puzzle, though, I guess? Play with... How do you get the lightsaber? Oh, you need to do... Lost in the fog puzzle skips like 95% of the school section.
Another way.
Doesn't the story difficulty as well, though? I'm pretty sure you just skip it all no matter what. Yeah, well, it's annoying that you have to, like, restart the game after getting the ending if you want to get the unlocks. I guess I can't get the... So what, is the lightsaber because of the UFO ending? The rice field area? Okay, well, just let me know. I mean, I'll probably recognize when I'm there, but...
You traitor.
Can I get the saber, though, because I didn't actually start a new file after doing the UFO ending? Because the UFO ending isn't completed on this save file. At that area of the field. Yeah, but that's... Okay, well, just let me know if I missed something, I guess.
It's Shu.
Well, that's great. Yeah, I already did the UFO ending, just FYI.
It's just like my partner said. What is this place? I need to get back to Sakako.
Any chances I'm starting Hades 2 today? No. Can I use pills? No.
Who's there? Is that you, Shu?
Another 4 to 5 hour ride even on this difficulty. I don't think it'll take that long. But maybe. On the Manbreaker. Did Leppa finish the Manbreaker, by the way? I know he was trying, but... Yeah, you need to start from the beginning for the true ending. I don't want pills. Every time you finish, you'll get an icon on the save file. I know. Don't we have to go upstairs? Well, I don't want to accidentally take the pills. Because if I do, then I'm going to have to reload my save. Hello, Monsieur. What? Is it upstairs? Wait. I made the same mistake last time.
This isn't good. I really hope Shu and Rinko are all right.
Excuse me.
Just what I needed. Ringo!
Oh my god, these... Freaking enemies, like, hiding around the corner, insta-grabbing is so toxic.
Where are you? Am I? What's this?
Alright, puzzle time. I'm going for the true ending now.
What's that?
We're speed running. Yeah, we're just playing on easy difficulty. I did hard difficulty for my first playthrough. Honestly, I didn't mind the combat on my first playthrough, but just for replays, it's like I don't want enemies to take forever to kill, and I don't want to have to loot everything because I die in 2 hits. Do you actually need to find the symbols, or can you just... Like, I wonder... I feel like this is randomized.
What's this shrine?
Okay, so I can just go over here and just... Okay. So it's not random then. I think I remember it. Yeah, it might be changed because of the ending.
It's locked.
At least the last time it was like horizontal, a vertical line, and then the snake. Hey, Pete.
That man.
So you...
Well, that's really nice. This boss fight time now?
Alright.
No, not
I
yet.
need to focus. Need to find Rinko.
I feel like we're making pretty good pace right now, though. I do not remember where I need to go, though. Do I go north or south? Now it's grabbing the sword. Wait, which shrine do I need to go to? Or wait, where is the shrine? See if I can get the UFO weapon. Where is it? I have to interact with the alien poster or something? You mean east? You know, Beholder, didn't you make the same mistake yesterday? You didn't... Maybe that was somebody else. I think it was somebody else. You did? Okay.
Shu, what a weird box. It opened.
North for the sword. Wait, where's the lightsaber though? Is it also up ahead?
Doctor, are you home?
Wait a sec. Do we need to go into the doctor's house for anything? I don't think so. Wasn't that where, like, the UFO broadcast was? Oh, I checked what I have to do for the ending.
Sakuko's shrine is up ahead.
used to go there a lot.
My God. Oh. My memory is so bad. It's not over here, is it? There's just loot here. And I guess we can get the comb. I do need the sword.
Hey, partner!
And oh my gosh. Do I go back through this area later after this, right? Or have I already gone? I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. Oh wait, the statue's on the map. So if the lightsaber weapon is there, I can get it. I can get it later. Alright, we got the sword. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get the lightsaber though.
What was that?
You don't know if you need to be on the UFO and G+. Yeah, well, so I can get it later, right? When we go back through that area. I can inspect the poster. Dude. Yeah, no, I know where the first poster is. I'm just asking. Okay, I'm just asking. I'll say it again. We go back through this area later, so I can get the poster when I go back through the area, right? That's all.
Disgusting.
Hinako? Don't go anywhere near that weird stuff.
Okay.
It might be poisonous.
I was just asking for confirmation because I was pretty certain.
Got it.
Yes, I have the sword.
What is that thing? Some giant monster just showed up.
Did I eat a pill? No.
Not enough. Need to keep turning it.
right.
You okay?
The boss died after like 5 hits. Yeah, it's pretty weak. I wish I remembered where the offerings were, though. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. I want to do more Gamba, though. Oh, it's this frickin' part. Oh boy.
Now I can fight back.
I'm so bad at this part. I don't even know who it is. Could be the same. I don't remember. Because I frickin' aggroed like all of them. I hate this. I fucking hate this puzzles. I don't get it. Fucking aggro everybody. Brute forcing every puzzle, yep. Yep.
Another scarecrow?
I think it's the one without the weapon, right? Bro, I literally have the sword in my hand. Why are you posting this shit, brother man? Is it really not her? Wait, what? fuck? Which one is the... Oh my god, lag. Oh yeah, it's this one, I think. Come on, I'm pretty sure I'm right. No? No? The one in the middle. Pointing where to go next. Yes, I figured that much out. Thank you.
Hinako!
Wait. What happened? There he is. Good. He can't wait for me to catch up.
Oh yeah, this is the part where... Yeah, this was like the secret door. I think there's like Ima in here or something, right? I thought there was. There was a note here last time, but I guess it's like a limited amount. Oops. Oh yeah, we go in here and then that door opens up. Oh yeah, but we need the key. Oh yeah, and this is, we need to put the Inari sculpture here. I'm going the wrong way. Where's this key, man? Is it in here? Okay. Can we go play Mega Bonk? That game good?
Wasn't that closed before?
I haven't really seen much of it. I think Hades 2 is the plan next, though. I want to at least try Hades 2.
Stay back. This must be special. Sorry. I'll hold on to it for a bit. Finally.
I have to interact with this door.
It's no use. It won't open.
Hinako! Over here!
Sakako?
Yeah, at least there's a few segments you can skip.
A library. In a place like this?
This way! Over here! Hinako!
Sakako! Is that you? Where are you? This should be an offering.
This UE5? I think so. Oh, it's Unity?
It's this way! Hurry! Hurry!
Sakako! Are you there? We have to get out of here.
Hurry, Hinako! This is incredible! Hinako! You left me alone! Traitor! I don't want to be by myself!
Right. Going pretty fast, at least. Just sell some of this shit. Oh, yeah, I can get another Omamori. I'll just wait for that. Missed a twinkling titanite, yeah.
You traitor! Why? You traitor! What's going on? You traitor! To be here right now, Hinako.
I wonder if I can dodge that. Do 2 hits.
What are you doing? Hinako, let's go back together. You traitor!
I know, like, we're on easy difficulty, and dude, some of these fights are still, like, super long. Yeah, that's on the easiest difficulty. Lightsaber time? I mean, we'll try. Reduced to easy mode? Bro, this is my 3rd playthrough of the game. I have no regrets. Doesn't 2-shot boss? I mean, alright. Yeah, whatever, man.
Hinako! Over here! You okay, partner? Partner.
Seems I'm not going the right way. Oh. First posters by the rice field? Oh shit, you're right. Bro, I was looking at I had a map open and I was looking at the radio broadcasts. No, you're right. I should go. All right, let me go back and check. I didn't realize. I goofed. No, I'm not doing the UFO ending. I already did the UFO ending, but I don't have it completed on this save file, so I'm not sure if it's gonna give me the. I don't think it's gonna give me the lightsaber. We'll find out, though. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you get it. Oh well. I don't know. It's kind of annoying, man. I feel like this is how it's worked in the other games, but I feel like it's so much more tedious in this game. Like I don't want to do 5 fucking playthroughs. Because the thing is, there's no way I could have used the UFO save file, because the UFO save file, like we did 3 endings on 1 run, so that's stupid, man. Do I have to kill these enemies? Oh shit. Dude, I just got up on that enemy. What the heck? No. I mean, I couldn't have used the UFO save file for this run because the UFO ending doesn't count towards the prerequisite. There's no way for me to... The only way for me to have the lightsaber in my run is if I had done, multiple playthroughs. Like, even more playthroughs. It would have been fun to have the laser gun or the frickin' lightsaber, though. It's kind of a shame, but whatever. Like, the thing is, you have to do UFO endings separately, because when you do the ending, it triggers the end of the game, you know?
Where are those two?
So you have to commit to, like... You missed poster? It doesn't matter, I'm not doing the UFO ending. I'm going the wrong way.
This way!
Oh, right, it's this bullshit where you have to, like, double back. How long does it take to do UFO? I don't know, like an hour, probably. Oh yeah, wait, where's the brooch that I need, by the way? Oh wait, I already have it? Oh, I see. For completing ending 1? I think you only get... wait, no, I don't... Is that true? Are you sure? I'm pretty sure you have to do multiple endings to get it.
You're lying.
After the first time... Well, so then... Wait, now I'm confused. Are you saying that... Could I have done all 4 endings on one run? No, so then it's not the first ending. The UFO ending doesn't count for the... Yes, I have the brooch.
Damage from the typhoon. It's still here.
Right, so the brooch is what opens the boxes, but you have to get 2 endings in order to give the brooch.
Cut it out.
It's kind of stupid because you have it, but they just arbitrarily made you do an extra playthrough. That's fucking cringe, honestly.
There was a lock here, though.
Like what? I don't even like why.
The key should be somewhere in the school.
Can we take a break now?
Well, but yeah, I don't think there's... I don't... Like, nothing has even been different in this run so far. Or maybe there is some, like, new notes, but the thing is, I don't want to fully explore the game a third time.
The locker room
The Scarecrow notes were the same.
takes me back to my track and field days.
Which one is this? 401?
No, that's not it.
Well, we don't even need to do this one. I think this is just like a stamina item or something. Oh, it's carcass. I wish there was more like this where you, if you kind of knew what you were doing, you could just like skip the section. Hello, Jigen. You can? Yeah, you can skip every section? I didn't know that. Wow, that's crazy. It's like... I swear, some of you do not listen to anything I say. Like, what do you mean?
It's a beautiful arm. Even the blood is alluring.
Oh. Thank you very much.
No time for this part again. Okay, I remember where to go, I think. That is just to get like an extra item, I think. And I think I hit this, and then it's good.
We made a promise to each other that we'd be together forever.
Beloved rabbit.
You came for me. I'm scared. Please get me out of here. I don't want to be alone.
Alright, that was quick. English dub is poop. Whoa, man. Practicing speedrun of this game, yeah. I probably should have just looked up the true, like, the cutscenes for the true ending, because it feels like this is just barely different at all. At least the other playthrough, there was, like, a lot of new stuff, but...
Inako, you look even more beautiful today.
You're already committed? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm obviously gonna do it now, chat. That wasn't apparent. Other one. Mind, I guess it's this one.
Found it.
Yay, I love being stunned. Cry reminds you of the RE7 baby. I mean the RE8 baby, but yeah, I agree.
day we first met.
I don't know, maybe Pepperidge. Remember where this one is. What's going on? Is it bugged? Oh wait, no, it's over here. I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm dumb. It looked similar, but...
Rinko and I can go our separate ways. Schoolwork, sports, you're making up with makeup.
Alright, time to die, Rinko.
You were up in dreamland, but I helped you countless times. Why you? Why do you get it all?
Hey, partner. Guess this is the last time I get to call partner. I need to know what your final decision is.
Did I just go backwards? Oh. God, I'm so confused. Oh. Wonder how long the speedrun for this game is gonna be. Not that I have any intention of speedrunning it, just... I don't know, I feel like it's gotta be at least like fucking 2 hours. This shit is so long.
Is that thing still chasing me?
When do we need to purify the sword? Is that when we're in the main hall?
Maybe they had no choice but to go on without me. That has to be it.
Well, yeah, I know it's 2 steps, but...
She knows more about the mountains than I do. How could you leave your partner like this, Shu?
The thing is, you can beat Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2 in like 40 minutes. I feel like this game is just so much more drawn out, but...
I finally make it out. Shu. Ringo?
Yeah, are we did I forget to pick something up?
Where the hell did Shu and Rinko go?
What? Wait, was that the fog monster? I don't even know what the fuck's even going on.
I need a break.
Oh, right, you gotta go through this. Oh my god, I thought I died there, dude.
Is it finally over?
That's where the tree is, but we don't need to go to the tree. Or, well, wait, the tree is where you Right, the tree is where you purify it, but this is... We didn't forget to purify the thing, did we, chat? Or like, we didn't forget to do the Crimson Water puzzle, did we? Dude, I don't know. I feel like I'm fucking losing my mind with this game right now.
So it leads here. Shu! Partner! It's me! I guess I'll wait for the two of them inside the house. I will do what I must to be the perfect person for you.
Need to do the puzzle here because I used the fox save. Yeah, I think you're right. Is it up this way? Or is it down here? Yeah, I don't know if I need to do this puzzle again or not. I guess we'll find out. It looks like it's drained, right? I think it's done. Because we made the save file after we did the puzzle, so... Alright.
others are celebrating us.
I wish you all the best in your new life.
You knew, however, that you kept this secret. I hate you with every fiber of my being.
I never wanted this. I never wanted to see you like this, Rinko!
I was such an idiot. You had me fooled the whole time.
I didn't fool you about anything!
Yippee!
It's like you said, Junko. I'm running out of time. Hang on, you two. I'm coming
Okay.
for you.
So now we go purify the sword, right? You offer the brooch? Oh yeah. Where is that?
Is this Sakuko's old shrine? I heard it used to do very well, but that people stopped visiting it after the fire.
Close to our house?
This is...
Wait, this is where we got the sword. This isn't where we...
It's in bad shape now, but I bet it used to be pretty impressive at one point.
I'm getting it mixed up. Wait, where do you... Oh yeah, it's up here that you purify it. Shit. Or was that where the shrine was? No, I think that's where you purify it. We're already pretty close to beating it, actually. These last few sections go pretty quickly. Not sure where I need to offer the brooch, though. Did I make a save for UFO? We already did the UFO ending.
This is the oldest Oinari-sama in town. Thank you so much for helping me.
I don't think this is actually new. I think it's just because we... Yeah, no, there's... It's not new, it's just because the save file... It's not fucking new. It's not new.
Is still untouched?
Blood! He's blood!
Like southwest from her house? Okay. Yeah, I'll just make sure not to go into the house.
Much further, partner.
Is this it? I don't feel like that was very hidden.
You've given me an amazing gift. Thank you so much. I appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah, we're doing the final ending right now.
But I need more time to find out if I'm worthy of accepting this. It's got my home too.
All right. Okay, I remember now. We gotta go straight to the right. And we gotta get the calendar.
Shu? Is that you? What's this doing here? This date. I feel like there's something special about it. My house. What the hell's happening?
I remember I need to go into my room.
I had always thought that
Future self, the canvas is blank, but even now, imagining the countless possibilities of what I could fill all this blank space with
is how
makes me
things are.
excited.
So, when the offer for an arranged marriage came up, I thought, now it's my turn.
Why did you choose to marry someone you didn't know?
Well, our parents talked and brought in a matchmaker. And I was introduced to someone they felt was a good fit for me. Even though I had only just met this person, I could tell we would get along well. Marrying for love is nice, but love is blind. Once you're family, it's too late to worry about issues you have with your spouse.
I still don't understand what you and other women are talking about.
You want to have a happy marriage and lead a happy life, right?
That's where you're wrong. That's probably where me and everyone else are different.
Different? How?
I mean, most of the flashbacks are where the key items are, so I think it's fine.
Happy is what matters most. I mean, I do want to be happy, but there's something more important than that.
And what's that?
Making my own decisions. I don't want people to make me happy. I want to choose to be happy. Even if I end up miserable. If it's because of what I chose on my own, then it's all worth it. People always say a woman's happy when she has a dependable husband and a bunch of kids. I don't care if I never experience any of that for the rest of my life. What's most important to me is not whether or not I'm happy, but if I can choose my own fate.
I have to admit, that all sounds like an unrealistic ideal to me. But I don't think you're wrong about what you're saying. In another 100 years...
100
no,
years?
Perhaps sooner than that. There will come a time when true happiness is choosing your own path, no matter the outcome.
True ending.
I obviously can't live in that world, but I hope you can, Hinako.
Happiness is choosing your own path, no matter the outcome. Not choosing your own path is the opposite of happiness. I won't be told to do. My choices are my own.
Okay, and then there's another item over this way that I need. I feel like I missed. One of the crests I think I forgot. It's the one where you have to, it's like the scale. Does anyone remember where the scale puzzle is? I think it was... House 2? So this one? Oh, yeah, I remember.
Looks like this opens here.
Is this different? Am I on the wrong floor? Oh, I thought this was the fucking fletching door, dude. God damn it, man. Oh.
Hinako, would you come over here? I would like to correct some of your assumptions.
Assumptions?
I know that you think that I am too weak, that I smooth things over and never stand up to your father.
No,
Your father can be ill-tempered sometimes, I know. But really, he's just shy and acting strong in front of his daughters.
Then what about the times he yelled and threw things across the room?
You don't know this, but your father had a long-time dream. He wanted to open a small shop with a friend.
He did?
Yes. Your father had a friend who was very dear to him from his time on the boat. He always said how they were as close as brothers. But one day, something must have happened. He took all of your father's money, and he disappeared.
What?
I'm sure he had his own reasons for what he did. He really did seem like a nice person. Your father, he was very hurt by that betrayal, and he couldn't keep his anger inside. But even so, he would always apologize after he calmed down. And yet, he was reluctant to come off as a weak father. You should know what pride means to a man.
But still, that's no excuse for the pain he caused.
Hinako, I know you think that a married woman is supposed to subject herself to her husband's abuse. But you know, married women aren't as weak or helpless as you think we are. Your father might put on a tough face in front of you too, but when you're not around, he's a whole different man. Your mother and father got into a big fight once.
Really? I never knew that.
That time, I completely ignored him until he came to apologize. I acted normally when you two were around, of course. Not only that, I made his meals out of all the food that he hates. And for the tea that I gave him, I wrung dirty rags into it.
You did? I don't believe it.
Your father, he caved in just 3 days. After you and Junko went to bed, he bowed low right over there, head to the floor.
Dad did that? Really?
Sure he did. Whenever your father and I got into a serious argument, he knew that against me, he never had a chance. But Hinako, that was just how life went with the two of us. I am sorry for making you worry. I am so sorry. From the bottom of my heart, I truly am.
Thank you for telling me all of this. Mom.
This music, though. Anta, I shall be brief and to the point. It's very unfortunate about Kimmy. I'm sorry, and I understand why you would want her to go ahead with the surgery. But surgery can do more harm than good. Remember how Mother never properly recovered after hers. I understand how you feel, I really do, but please reconsider before taking on debt for an operation that might not even make her better. Wouldn't Kimmy rather you tried to enjoy the time you have left together? Either way, you need to talk it out with Kimmy first. Knowing you, you probably haven't said a word of this to her yet, have you? Can't cover the whole operation, but I'll sum what little I have to spare. Buy Kimmy something nice with it. Got it? I don't know. It's the white and black bird, surely, right? Unless they're talking about the yin and yang. I don't know, man. I don't think you even need to use the scale, chat. I'm fucking tired of this shit. Every single fucking run the puzzle fucking changes. It's so annoying.
Hinako, can we talk?
What do you want?
I wanted to apologize to you.
For what?
I've been a horrible father. For the longest time, I yelled at you, scared you. I'm sorry.
You're apologizing for that now? You think that's just gonna erase what you did? You made us all suffer for so long! You seriously think that gets you off the hook?
No, I know it's not enough. I know. You can't forgive me. I understand, I truly do. But please, at least let me apologize. It's okay if you don't forgive me.
Huh? You're just apologizing because you want to feel better about yourself! I won't have it! Get out of here! Even now, I'm terrified that you might blow up and throw a knife at me again.
I'm sorry. I believed that a proper father should be feared by his children. I was wrong.
Oh, there's no taking it back now, is there? Get out. Get out of my life! Listen to him. He's actually apologizing. Whether or not we forgive him is up to us. Even so, I think it's important for us to hear him out. At least he is sorry. Why should it matter to me if he's sorry? Because he's family. You heard Mom, right? Dad was betrayed by a friend. He was suffering. Oh, he was suffering, so I'm just supposed to forgive him? I won't! I refuse! Yeah, you're absolutely right. You don't have to forgive him. And you don't have to listen to any of his excuses or apologies either. But still, like it or not, he's family. And so, even if you can't let it go, just let him speak. He's still our father, and we're still his daughter. Maybe Mom could forgive him for what he's done, but I can't! I won't! You know that you and I are bound to Dad by ties of blood. That Mom and Dad don't share that bond. Mom's only bound by marriage, yet she still listened to him. She even had the courage to forgive him. We should listen to him. His own flesh and blood should be willing to hear him out. I know you're scared of him. I'm scared too. I know you can't forget what he did, and maybe he doesn't deserve a clean slate. But please, I'm begging you to listen to him. Not just for his sake, But for your sake too. Please, just listen.
If what I did taught you to fear men, to never trust them, then I was a poor teacher. I might be hopeless, but not all fathers are. Kotoyuki isn't like me. He is an upstanding young man. He can give you a good life, a happy life. I'm sure of it. Your old friend Shu is a respectable man too. I always thought that two of you could build a happy home together. But no, how I feel about any of it is beside the point. It's your choice to get married or not. And I'll support your choice. I don't expect you to forgive me. But I want you to be free of this curse of mine. I just want you to be happy. I'm so sorry.
I'm still scared. And I still don't forgive you. But at least I finally understand you.
All right. Don't think the dub is helping the scene. I thought it was all right. Can I fuck? Bro, you are attacking like non-stop, man. What the fuck?
It's made its way in here.
Just kill it? Oh, gross. Not sure if this is actually new or it's just new because we have the purified sword.
Why did it have to come to this?
It's Hinako, she's back! About time! We've been waiting for you!
Hinako! You are late! Huh? Finally! We're about to get started here! What did you say?
Do it, Ganta! You're the best!
This is like the duo boss, right?
Ladies and gentlemen!
I don't know why this is marked as a new cutscene though. I guess we'll see.
A master with a blade! Yo!
What a fight. Big DPS. All right.
All of them.
Why does it make like glass breaking sounds? What the fuck is that anyways? Yeah, I guess you're right, chap.
Has it come to a close?
Nice. Is there not like a normal difficulty?
insignia.
Gives you infinite stamina and sanity, but if you get hit a single time you die, really? Oh, that's fucked up. Time for another puzzle! Yippee! Two chicks confide in one another in their shells. A fox watches over them in the light of his lantern. Yo, first try.
Torture me before you're happy! Why are you doing this? Why are you running? Where are you going? Fucking move, bitch! Making choices for me.
But there's a kitchen knife here.
My choices, my happiness. what you tried to do. Your tricks won't work on me!
Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oh yeah, you gotta kill this guy. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Is this how you want to live your life?
I know that when you look at me, all you see is some dumb little girl. But I'm not just a pet to cuddle and keep happy. I would rather suffer than find my own way. That's happiness. That's how I want to live.
You feel no regret, do you? So you can vow to own this decision and not blame others, no matter what happens?
This is the choice that we have made. But we will shape our own destiny. We have agonized over it enough and have made our choice. We will not be anybody's little puppet any longer.
What the? Crunch.
Oh my.
Child of the mortal world.
Such a feeble bride.
May you find peace in the days ahead.
All right. Well, we're basically at the end now, chat. Just a few more combat sections to go. Yeah, we're on the final ending now. I think the doll text is different, yeah. Time to go home.
The world is celebrating me. I should go see my parents.
Time for the never-ending gauntlet. Yippee! Yeah, honestly, I feel like if there was less required combat in this game, it would be better. Like, I don't know, I feel like the devs thought that the combat was, like, more fun than it actually is, because... I don't know, like, I don't mind the combat, but I don't like it enough where I want to do it all the time, you know? Combat Gauntlet feels like you should have been playing the Bride version of Hanako and killing these easily. They should have just given you like the permanent like beast form, like the ult or something at least. I don't know, or just honestly like you don't need enemies in every section of the fucking game. Like one of the best parts about Silent Hill is sometimes, you know, there isn't enemies. Sometimes you're just like vibing. I mean, granted, it's not like there's an enemy in every section of this game, but yeah, I do feel like it's a little overboard at times. Literally running through a no enemy section. Yeah. Well, I wish that there was more sections like this, you know?
You asked for it.
Like, did they really need to just have this random 2 enemy gauntlet in this section? Like, why?
I won't let things go your way. I figured it out. I know what it is that I'm after.
Are these endings worth it? Not really, Kemi, to be honest. Or I don't know. It's just, it's...
Stay out of my way.
It's a lot of work. You skipped a lot of the cool new notes. Yeah, but the thing is, it's like, I don't know where the notes are, and I don't want each playthrough to be like 8 hours long. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to I don't want to reloot every room every playthrough. Like, I want to read the notes, sure, but I don't want to. I don't want to look through everything over and over again. Because I mean, and it's not like there's any. Like, how are you supposed to know? There's no way to know where these new notes are apart from just exploring everything. I don't know. I think it's just like I didn't mind fully exploring everything again on the last run, but it just feels like in this run it's way more there's way less new stuff. Like, I'm sure there are some new notes for this specific ending, but it feels like it's definitely less common.
Let's do this. Shimizu Hinako.
The new game plus run was pretty significant, it felt. In terms, like, there was a lot of new stuff in New Game. In New Game Plus. I think I can get Sanity. Find new notes like Sakuko's diary in the Dark Shrine. That's very interesting. I see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure I've missed a fair bit, but at least we're gonna get the ending. I apologize. We've just kind of been like rushing this run, but it's getting late and I'm hungry, so I'm not trying to stream till like 10 o'clock tonight.
Hinako. Are you Hinako?
Junko. You and me. Everyone. Someone is toying with all of us.
What do you mean?
One of them wants to marry me off. The other one wants to stop the wedding. This whole time, they've been pitting me against myself.
But that's...
It's been an awful...
I just want to be done with this game today and play some other stuff next stream.
I think I get it now. Everyone is always pressuring us, rushing us, forcing us. But these are battles that we both have to fight.
I think I'll probably do Hades 2 tomorrow.
Sorry, Junko.
Maybe I'll try a baby steps speedrun for the memes.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Mom and Dad, I know. I've been a terrible daughter. But if you truly want nothing more than for me to be happy, then please, let me do this.
I wish that the devs made the man breaker required for for baby steps.
This is my decision.
Finish Chronos. We could go back to Chronos and finish it. It was okay. I wasn't like in love with the game, but it was fun still. I started Hell Is Us, but I don't know. The game is just so confusing. I mean, I know it's meant to be that way. It's just like I like the game, but it kind of gave me a headache trying to like keep track of everything. There's just so much. I don't know. I didn't really feel like the combat in Hell Is Us was that good either.
Just for one of us to survive this nightmare. Why do we have to bleed? Just to begin seeing eye to eye.
Oh, what the?
For eons, all this rage and spite festered within me, and to this day smolder yet.
You insignificant wretch. Such rubbish means nothing to me.
Hinako, what is this?
Kotoyuki!
Once in a blue moon, humankind produces an extraordinary girl
who is blessed with divine power.
Upon her birth, a spell is placed on our clan's successor that stirs within him a desperate desire to go and seek out that extraordinary girl and make her his wife.
What are you?
In the past, we relied on our cunning, seducing our brides with clever deceits. But this generation's heir is a fool.
Failing to charm his bride-to-be demonstrates what an inexperienced failure he is.
Kotoyuki, no. He just... all he wanted was for us to get married and be happy together. He tried so hard. He was alone all that time. Don't laugh! Don't you dare laugh at him! What he suffered, you will never understand! You monster!
Oh shit.
At first, I wasn't interested at all.
I like how this moveset can't even, like, hit him.
Someday become like my father. Don't laugh! The only one who gets to laugh at me is my future self! Does my life have to gain from giving into his feelings? What will I lose? What will change?
What a dodge.
What will happen?
Big DPS. This is cool. There you go. Ooh, what a dodge.
Over that decision, then it won't matter what we choose. Just let us think. Think over our lives in silence. We don't need your meddling! This is our struggle. Ours and only ours. Do not get to toy with us!
Takes so long to charge up the dagger attack. Woohoo! That move one-shots you in the loss and the fog difficulty? Yeah, that sounds horrible.
Sorry. I'll make sure to perform the last rites.
Are you two okay? Over there! Hurry! In here! I am deeply sorry. He has had much to drink for his first wedding in many moons. He is normally so kind.
What do we do?
Just leave this matter to me for now.
Kotoyuki, you could,
Apologies. While I tried to give you everything, I failed to realize what you desire most. Now I know. We both share the same desires. I want to know whether my love for you is more than the mere whim of a spell. Please leave.
if the love you have for us was real, I hope that we can meet again. I'll think it through, slowly and carefully. We'll have our answer ready.
Well, it's fun. It's funny how one ending there's two of her, and then the other ending. Well, the other ending was her with the two guys. Oh. Left the town, yeah, I guess so. It's not even the secret ending. There's more. Oh, is there a post-credit scene? Letter from Kotoyuki. The days have grown warmer where I am. What is it like in Ebusugoka? I can still recall the startling beauty of dandelions peeking out through the cracks in the walls. I'd like to express my appreciation for the letter you sent me. It was quite enlightening. I will follow in your footsteps and start by simply trying to enjoy life. As per your recommendation, I purchased sauce-flavored senbei for the first time just the other day. It must have been quite a sight to see. A man dressed in a suit buying cheap rice crackers and eating them with children outside the candy store. The children laughed when they saw me, saying that real grown-ups don't buy such cheap snacks, and so I explained to them how I wasn't able to eat many treats as a child, which is why I'm eating them now. When they heard that, they began swarming around me and telling me all the different delicious ways you could eat sauce-flavored senbei. But I must say I was taken aback when a child suggested I try putting strawberry jam on it. Imagine such a scene, a full-grown man eating snacks with children. While I was rather embarrassed, I felt like I had regained part of my lost childhood. I intend to become reacquainted with my inner child, discover my own dreams, and live life to the fullest. Once I've done so, I hope to reevaluate my feelings for you.
So, what should we do about our future? Kotoyuki gave me...
How'd she get her face back?
He grew to love someone deeply. To do anything. Everything he could for them.
to live a life that full of passion, of purpose, to pour my whole heart into things.
Because it's her true self.
With such passion.
But why does she have the arm then?
Actually propose to
I don't know.
when I'm ready. I also want to pour my heart into something. Not sure what yet, though. Very specific.
The arm is just there to differentiate. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
It's quiet here, isn't it? No one to tell us what to do or bother us. It's nice. Just the two of us. Yeah. Just the two of us. To decide where to go.
What about Rinko? Well, I think like Rinko and Shu are just not really relevant for the true ending because, I mean, they were kind of like fake friends anyways, right? They were just manipulating her and stuff.
I don't think it's ever been this quiet in
Yeah, I guess.
Ibizugalka. It's really beautiful. And it is
I'm
all
about-
ours. Our silent Ibizugalka. Together.
The bell. All right. Yeah, that was a decent ending. I think I like that one the most. Okay, I wasn't sure if there would be any. What are these like dots on the timeline? Are these? Maybe that's the UFO ending. The endings? Oh, right. So yeah, this is the, okay, yeah, the UFO is here then. I see. Yeah, the true ending was good. Oh look, we're together now. Alright, chat. Well, that was I don't know. I thought the game was okay. I really do think like some of the forced combat towards the end definitely detracts from my overall enjoyment of the game. Few endings. I mean, that's we got all of them. I don't know. I mean, I don't regret like my time with the game, but I do kind of wish I wish New Game Plus had a bit more like it was a bit more streamlined. I mean, we still did. I think we beat that final run that we just did took, I don't know, like 3 hours, which, I mean, it's not too bad, but I don't know. Playing like Silent Hill 1 and 2 and 3, going for the other endings, it never felt as like tedious as this game. Yeah, I mean, I'd give the game like a 7 out of 10 or something. I don't know. I enjoyed it. It was decent. Maybe like a 6.5 or like a 7. I really, the thing is, I really enjoyed my first playthrough with the game, actually. I definitely enjoyed the replays less, though. I mean, I liked getting the endings. It's just... Yeah, I don't know. I was just kind of tired of... I was like already kind of tired of the combat after my first playthrough. And I think part of that is because of the final section of the game. Just it's like you're just so sick of the combat by the end because there's so much shit that you have to fight. Like all the rooms are locked behind, like there's so many gauntlets and enemies that you have to kill to progress. Like you have to kill them. And yeah, it's the same enemies, like freaking on repeat the entire game. Well, anyways, we are done with Silent Hill F chat. I'm glad we went for the other endings. At least we kind of understood more of the story and actually got some endings that made more sense. I'm gonna go get some dinner, chat. We will, I don't know, I might start the stream tomorrow with Hades 2. Maybe we'll try to do like a baby steps speedrun or something, or like routing for baby steps. I don't know. I don't really think baby steps is going to be that interesting of a speedrun, but it could still be fun to do for like a few days or something. The Silk Song. I mean, Silk Song's not going anywhere. I don't know, man. I've taken a week break from Silk Song and now it's basically like impossible to catch up. The world record's already 58 minutes. Yeah, the world record is like a 58:30, and what's even crazier is I don't know if that's on the new timer or maybe they reverted the timer changes, but that means if it's on the new timer, that means that he actually got a 57-minute run, that's fucking absurd. Like what? And I think that's on current patch as well. Like that's fucking obscene. I don't know. Maybe there's like some new strats or things. But yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. It was fun to run Silk Song for a bit, but I don't know if I'm gonna go back to running Silk Song. Alright, well anyways, guys, plan is Hades 2 tomorrow. Maybe we'll look into like, apparently there's a $25,000 speedrun competition for Borderlands 4 that like Baru is hosting or something. I don't know, maybe we could look into that, but I don't know. I'm not really that into Borderlands, but is it how do the prizes work for that anyways? Is it like top 5 or like top 10, or is it like winner takes all, or I'm just curious. Top 3? I mean, I assume it's like solo speedruns though, right? Welcome to the Game 3 seems to be delayed. Did he announce that it's getting delayed? Oh yeah, 3 hours ago. I made the tough decision that I will need to delay the launch of Welcome to Game 3. It didn't come lightly, but I need to do what I feel would be better for the overall game. Still aiming for it to come out this year, but I don't want to mention any dates yet. Store page will be up soon. The game will be $20. It will have 5 endings you can unlock. Has a totally custom in-game slot machine mechanic. Oh, great. 8+ enemies to encounter. You play against other AI players. What the fuck does that even mean? I don't know. Optimized to run on lower end hardware. Simon actually has a character model. I'm excited for Welcome to Game 3, man. That's gonna be a blast. I hope speedrunning it ends up being fun. I don't know. Speedrunning Welcome to the Game is like, it's like speedrunning a fucking slot machine, but it's actually so much fun.